provide immersive learning and expertise to find the best solutions to real industry problems and give a different dimension to the students' mini and major academic projects. Our Center for Entrepreneurship supports startup opportunities and provides a perfect platform to launch your next big idea into successful ventures. We also prepare you for advanced studies in the latest futuristic technologies. Our BTech programs offer the perfect combination of academic rigor and functional experience in this ever-evolving technological landscape of the future. Experience a whole new world of academic excellence in a global environment. Dayanand Sagar University. Live the dream.
So, good afternoon to you. Yes, Srinath sir, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Right, sir. We are good to go. I'm just putting on the screens.
Yes.
So, my screen visible?
Yes. Yes.
So, good afternoon to all of you. A very warm welcome to the distinguished panelists today, and also to the students from Karnataka, the aspirants who are very soon going to look at attempting their best at the Karnataka CET examinations. On behalf of Dayanand Sagar University and our partners Asmat Guru, we welcome all of you for this virtual inauguration session of Learn-O-Daya Season-3. Dayanand Sagar University creating another year of impact through free CET coaching. A title Learn-O-Daya 2023. This is our Season 3. Dayanand Sagar University, among the top 3 universities in Karnataka, and one of the top buoyant centers of transformative education, technological breakthroughs, and multidisciplinary research, is all set to create another year of record-breaking impact through its free CET coaching, Learn-O-Daya 2023 Season 3. With an unprecedented turnout of 1,000 plus students in the last 2 years, the event surpassed all expectations, cementing our position as a leader in providing free coaching and training sessions to the aspiring students who are looking for some strategic exam preparation tricks and tips from renowned subject matter experts that can significantly impact the achievement of students during the state level examinations. This year again, through Learn-O-Daya Season 3, we are aiming to reach new heights where high quality sessions and thought-provoking insights will be delivered. The 30-day free high quality sessions starting today from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. during the Learn-O-Daya Season 3 will be based on concept building and meticulously revising the weightage topics for the CET examination point of view, rather than focusing on the entire syllabus. Let me also tell you the main features of the program. 1, to boost confidence with our high quality sessions to crack the KCET examinations. 2, this is a learning opportunity from experienced, innovative, and renowned subject matter experts through our partners, Asmat Guru. Learning the best strategies for time management, shortcuts, as well as time savings. High quality sessions will cover all important topics for the PCMB subjects. Classwork materials will consist of previous year's questions and examination patterns, Every session will begin with a complete synopsis before the question and answer rounds. Adequate time will be allocated for questions and answers during the sessions. And sessions will also include a practice test paper exercise to boost the confidence of the students. The session will train students to achieve their academic goals by putting effort in a smarter way. I would also like to say this: believe in your preparation, trust in your abilities, and watch your confidence soar to new heights by attending these high quality sessions on physics, chemistry, mathematics, and biology subjects organized by the Anand Sagar University through our partners, Asmat Guru Education Solutions Private Limited. We also sincerely request you to share the Learn-O-Daya Season-3 details with your friends and let them also take the benefits of this high value coaching absolutely free. So with this introduction, I would also like to introduce our distinguished panelists for today's inauguration session. I start by introducing our chief guest and the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. K.N.B. Murthy, sir. Sir is the Professor for Computer Science Engineering and the Vice Chancellor at Anand Sagar University, Bangalore. Sir has been the former Vice Chancellor at PES University, Bangalore. Sir holds a bachelor's degree in electrical power engineering and a master's degree in electrical engineering from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and a PhD in computer science and engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Sir has worked as a research specialist in parallel computing at New Mexico State University, US. Sir has been the former member of the Karnataka State Higher Education Council and the Academic Senate member of IIIT Dharwad. Sir, a warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Shinde.
Our next panelist for the day, and also the professor who will be conducting most of the sessions on mathematics, is Professor Srinath Nalan Chakravarti. Sir is the professor in mathematics with about 30 years of teaching experience and is a founding chairman and managing director of Asmat Guru Education Solutions Private Limited. He's been the former professor at Allen Institute and Amatara Academy. He's also been a professor at PES institutions. And prior to that, he had a stint with Pearson, with EduSat for the EduSat program, as well as he has served with Shastri Tutorials and with EduRite. Sir, a warm welcome to you.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, we move towards the formal inauguration of this program.
Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini. Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini. Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini. Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini. Vidyarambam karishyami siddhirbhavatu me sada. 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 Surasurai sevita pada pankaja. Surasurai sevita pada pankaja. Surasurai sevita pada pankaja. Surasurai sevita pada pankaja. Karisharajita gamaniya pustaka. Karisharajita gamaniya pustaka.
With this, I'd like to invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. K.N.B. Murthy, sir, to welcome all the students and to set the expectations for Learn-O-Daya Season 3.
Shinde, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, respected co-panelists, Professor Srinath, Ms. Shinde, the Chief Marketing Officer of Dayanand Sagar University, and my friends from the admission team who organized this event, and also the officials of Asmat Guru. A warm welcome to all the students who joined this webinar. This is Learn-O-Daya Session 3. We conducted this program in the last 2 years, sensing the kind of impact, the kind of change that has been brought in. Dayanand Sagar University is embarking on its Season 3. I'm extremely happy that this event is offered in association with expert team from Asmat Guru. I'm sure the participants would learn a lot in the process. As indicated, this is a program for about 30 days with 4 hours of coaching every day in the subjects of physics, chemistry, mathematics, and biology. In other words, you get about 30 hours of coaching in each of these subjects. This particular coaching has been offered to you under university social responsibility. It's a universal social responsibility because university must help the students with whatever the expertise is available, build their confidence. This is a coaching for the Karnataka Common Entrance Test, that's called KCET. I'm sure this coaching by the experts will help you to gain the confidence and face the entrance exam with a lot more ease and also with a lot more authority. The experts would tell you how to visualize each and every chapter or each and every topic, how to go about that. What is the essence of that particular concept? How do you extend that concept to solve any given problem on the topic? We need to understand this particular program is coming to you free of cost. Otherwise, for the same coaching, a huge amount of money has to be paid out. Therefore, you understand this program has been offered to you free of cost. Second, it is coming to your doorsteps. They're all available in the virtual mode. Therefore, there's no travel involved. I see is a great opportunity for you to utilize and stand to benefit from that. All that I would recommend is those 4 hours, simply attend these things, note down few tips, listen to the experts. At the end of every day, you seem to understand your concepts with a lot more clarity than before. In addition to the coaching, there'll be some markup tests, there'll be some practice sessions given to you so that you get the speed, accuracy, and also the concepts connect. You connect the concept with a lot more, I should say, efficiently than before. I would like to inform you there's a ancient Indian Subhashita which indicate the following, which says learning is going to happen from 4 different sources. If we can adopt those 4 sources, I'm sure we learn the concepts better. What are those 4 sources or 4 ways? The first one is by attending classes, the coaching classes, whatever, simply attend the classes. Thereby, you get 25% of the concepts very easily. The next 25% of the concepts are being understood by self-study. Just refer to the textbook or refer to any of the material. When you read that, you connect the material that you're going to read, self-study, with the material that's being taught in the coaching classes. The another 25% learning is going to happen. Therefore, you got 50% now. Next 25% learning happens through discussions. You pick up a conversation either with your teachers or with your friends. Whenever you have discussions, the clarity becomes that much better. Your clarity is going to improve. That 25% learning also comes to you. Then the last 25% comes through by practice, comes through by experience. Take up as many previous question papers as possible. The questions that are given in the exercises of the various textbooks, start solving them from the understanding that you have from the previous 3 sources: attending classes, self-study, and discussion with your friends and teachers. You'll be able to practice it better. Whenever you start practicing, I'm sure your learning becomes near to 100%. Your confidence is going to improve tremendously. Once the confidence is going to improve, I'm sure you'll be able to write your entrance exams with a lot more better clarity. Now, I would like to mention few points which you need to take note of. How do we do very well in the entrance exams? One thing is to understand these entrance exams are the examinations for elimination, because it's ranking. They're going to say different students are going to be ranked. Ultimately, students with higher ranks get into the institutions of the choice. The students with lower ranks would end up having an option of joining a college, which may not be their choice. Therefore, you need to understand the process of elimination is the essence of entrance exams. To do very well in the entrance exams, speed and accuracy becomes important. You need to answer the questions with accuracy and also faster. Second, the accuracy is to be ensured so that you will get more time and confidence is going to improve to answer the other questions. That's the first point you need to keep remembering. Second, read the instructions before you start answering questions in the entrance exam. Why is it required? You need to understand whether there's any negative marking. If there's a negative marking, you need to be very, very careful while ticking an answer which you're not sure of. Therefore, that is very important to read the instructions. The third, answer the questions which you know quite well in the beginning and answer the questions which are tough at the end for two reasons. One, when you answer the questions which you know quite well, you'll be able to do it faster. Therefore, you can conserve some time to answer tough questions in a later date. Therefore, it's necessary for you to get that the time conservation for doing well in the entrance exam. The other thing that's extremely important in the entrance exam, by answering previous question papers, by answering the various questions of the practice session, the mock tests and other things, it gives you the variety of questions that may appear in the examination. Once you have gone through all kinds of questions, then it will be easy for you to answer these exams very, very well. And you also need to understand the important thing, every mark that you get in the entrance exam, in each subject, let's say, after attending this Learn-O-Daya, you'll be able to improve your marks by about 3 to 5 marks in each subject. Overall, you're going to improve about, say, 15 to 20 marks from what you are today. Please remember, every mark that you get, additional mark that you get in the entrance exam, will improve your rank, varying from 50 to 500. That's the jump that you're going to get. Remember, if you get about 15 to 20 marks, your rank may jump by about 7,500 to 8,000 ranks you can jump, because every mark is going to be critical in a entrance exam like this, because a ranking kind of thing, every mark matters. Therefore, I sincerely request you that the Learn-O-Daya is a better option for you to attend. And there's nothing to be done except listening to the experts, noting down some of the tips that we're going to provide. It also gives you a fair idea with regard to your strength and weaknesses, what you're good and what you're not good. Means which topic is tough for you, which topic is easier for you. It's a kind of revision which is going to happen, which otherwise you're also doing. Therefore, you're going to do those revisions with the experts. I'm sure attend this Learn-O-Daya. Then the other thing that you also need to do is interact with the teachers regularly. Whatever topic that you find very, very difficult, very, very tough, you ask the experts or the teachers to provide you with more questions or the mock tests, which will help you to answer those difficult topics with confidence. The other thing that you also need to take care in the next 1 month, when these things are going to go on, your normal preparation is going to happen. You are reserving from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock for Learn-O-Daya to listen to the experts, noting down few tips that are going to be given by them. With the vast experience they have, I'm sure they'll be able to give you tips in a much faster way, very well. Therefore, that makes all that better. The overall objective of this Learn-O-Daya is to help you out to get better scores. This effort gives you a boost in about 15 to 20 marks in whatever you have otherwise would have got. I'm sure we have done our job. We will be very, very happy. The university has the satisfaction of helping the students to improve their scores, to improve their ranks, and improve the chances of getting admission in a better institute, getting admission in an institute of their choice. I'm extremely happy that the admission team has thought over this, trying to organize this to help out the students who are in need. And if the small assistance of free coaching helps you to build a good career. We feel happy, honored, and privileged. I sincerely wish all of you a happy Learn-O-Daya Season 3. Thank you. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving the welcome address to the students and setting the right expectations. I also want to give another piece of information to all the students who are attending this particular inaugural sessions. This is our season 3. Season 1 was the time when we had COVID, and many students were not able to get on to the online activities. We had close to about 400 students in the first year, and we were not able to get the feedback post the completion of the session. Though we have created a WhatsApp group, we have an email group, and there were about 3 to 4 students who actually replied back to us somewhere in the WhatsApp group, in the email, mentioning their satisfaction. Many students wrote their feedback to us. But what was interesting was in our session 2 last year. Last year, though there was still a fear of maybe a bit of COVID, but then the hybrid learning was something which came into practice. It became a standard operating procedure for many of the students to adopt to this technology. And because of the fantastic training provided by Professor Srinath and his team from Asmat Guru, we are happy to say that close to 8 students, because these are the 8 people who replied back to us, because of the happiness in terms of the outcomes. When the CET results were declared, we had close to 8 students who wrote back to us with the satisfaction level, and these 8 students had stood in the top 100 ranking. And we feel privileged today when students are securing good ranks, because we would want you to get the university or college of your choice. So Learn-O-Daya is really progressing year on year, and the sessions that are going to start today from 4 o'clock onwards, and it will be every day from Monday to Friday between 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. I would want the students to take the advantage of this. Before the session starts, you will be getting an intimation. We will be sending you the schedules for this particular week starting from today. We will also post the completion of the event of the particular day's activity. We will have the coordinator, Mr. Anikesh. He is also responsible for creating the WhatsApp group for all the students who have registered. You can stay in touch with him and you can get the recording that has been there for the day, for the particular day. This recording will help you. You can keep a library of all these particular a program that has been delivered, and it will be helpful to you for your past revision. Also, post 13th May is where this program will get over, and then we are organizing for 2 mock tests. The mock test can be taken from your house. We will help you, during this entire program up to 13th May. We will help you with all these particular topics as well as the intimation for the mock test. We will have 2 mock tests per subject for PCMB. I would want all the students to take the advantage of this mock test, and the scores will be made available to you in our website. With this, you will know where you stand, and I'm sure it will give you the right kind of confidence to go in a much better prepared idea for the KCET. With this, I would now like to invite Professor Srinath Chakravarti sir. Sir is the professor in mathematics and also the founding chairman and MD for Asmat Guru. Over to you, sir. And you could set the context with the students of how this exact 30 days is going to be for them. What is the basic needs, what is the basic intelligence that has to be kept in mind when we are preparing ourselves for the KCET exams. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Shindya sir. And I first of all, I would like to thank Danan Sagar University for again, having their confidence in us for the third time also, reposing their confidence in us. And we have been successful for the last 2 seasons. And again, there is a high expectations being set by DSU. I am sure that we will live up to the expectations of DSU and the expectations of the student community. I'm also sure that our each and every season will be seeing a different change, or probably we will better our performance every time. As Shinde sir mentioned, that there were about nearly 8 to 10 students, who came out with flying colors. I'm sure this time it will be at least 3 times more than that. I'm really sure that we have also really prepared for this program. We have been discussing about this program for the last few months, and we have every time improved in our approach, in fact. Okay, and most of the things have been already spoken by our respected Vice Chancellor, sir. He has given you enough tips how we have to leverage on this online media, on technology, to get better results and get better knowledge. Well, the first important thing that about the approach that we have from Asmat Guru, I just wanted to say, this coaching is not only for the CET or any other competitive exams. Like, it will actually, our aim is to make you better engineers and doctors. That's our main aim. I see a lot of students, are really not good at their fundamentals when they join their engineering, and their struggle that I have seen over the years. So therefore, this MCQs, you will see the type of questions which will actually make you think a lot, and really you will get very good tips and tricks, and you learn the subject, you will enjoy that learning, and which will take you a long way to become very good engineers. Mathematics being the language of engineering, so mathematics is very, very important. I, being a mathematics professor, I'm talking about mathematics. And physics is heavily dependent on mathematics again. So the entire physics, chemistry, maths, and biology will be taught in such a way that it will also help you in your undergraduate course. Let me do a small screen sharing, please.
Yes, sir, it's already given.
Yeah. Yeah, fine. There's a small presentation and discussion of things from Aspat Guru. This is, we are talking about KCET 2022. I'm so sorry, I have not corrected it. It is 2023 syllabus. It incorporates all the topics of NCERT, physics, chemistry, maths, and biology. This is something very important. Now, again, I'm sorry if I'm repeating, but in fact, the syllabus and everything remains the same. That is why it does not matter if it is KCET 2022 or 2033. Now, what about the syllabus? That is, it consists of the first PUC and the second PUC syllabus for the entrance exam. In what proportion, in what percentage, I'll come back to you. Now, these questions will be completely based on your NCERT textbook, because we have adopted the NCERT syllabus for the last almost 12 to 13 years in our state. So that is the only thing. So then the second thing is, I wanted to tell you the syllabus. When I talk about the syllabus, how much from first PUC and how much from second PUC? See, you know that the pattern of the question paper is like about 60 questions you have got. In that 60 questions, okay, then you have about 40 questions from second PUC, and you got 15 questions from first PUC. Then again, you got another 5 questions. It's a mix of first and second year. This is how the composition of the paper is. Okay, this is how the CET paper will be. Next, some of the frequently asked questions. Which subjects are included? Of course, you know that this is PCMB. And of course, NCERT. Is NCERT enough to complete KCET syllabus? Yes, the syllabus is complete, but the questions may not be same. Is biology compulsory for CET? This is something that you need to think about. If you are only aiming at engineering, you can forget about this biology. Well, in how many months KCET syllabus can be completed? See, this is something, a very important point that I need to discuss with you. I'm sure most of you would have started your training for KCET from the beginning of the academic year. And we have, we are close to this academic year. We have already completed our board exams. And what we are doing is only a crash course. So when I talk about crash course, we may not do that much in detail as a year-long program. But however, there is no compromise on the quality. We will not discuss deep into the concepts, but we would like to take up only those questions which we feel are very important for CET. So therefore, our each and every session will begin with a synopsis and also the discussion of the questions which have already appeared in CET and also which are probable to occur again in CET. That is the type of questions that we need to discuss. So therefore, even though it takes about full-fledged about 5 to 6 months of training for CET, this crash course will be very, very effectively will be done because we are having some selected questions. Is training necessary? Very, very important. Yes, definitely. Every competitive exam or every board exam requires a special training. Why training is necessary? See, the format for board exam is different and the format for a CET is different. Here in the board exam, we are more bothered about how do you present your answers. And in CET, how you get the answer is very, very important. And we have a very, very limited time for CET because we have only about 60 questions, just like playing a 2020. So in this 60 questions, somewhere about 70 minutes, you have to answer. So you have to answer on an average, say for example, 1 minute at one question. So you should be very quick. Not only quick, your accuracy is very, very important, as our Vice Chancellor told. The importance of accuracy. First accuracy, then speed, always. So there's no point in having a speed and answering the question wrongly. So it is what that we have to concentrate more on accuracy. So while doing it accuracy, while during the question accurately, we also have to practice in such a way that we are going to optimize the number of steps, reduce the number of steps, use some time-saving results, appropriate formulae, and those are remembering certain standard problems. All these things will help you to save a lot of time. So by saving a lot of time and also being accurate, so that is what the training that will be given to you. How do you achieve that? That I will come to the next one. Now, how is CET different from board exam? We have already discussed about it. That is, board exam is what is that descriptive type? How you present your answers is more important. CET, how you get the answer is very, very important. Now, what is the pattern? You know that there are 60 questions and each having an options, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you have to select the one of them will be correct, and you have to mark that correct answer. Is first PUC portions important? I would like to say yes. How much important? That is 25% will come from that, maybe around 15 questions. How is the composition of the paper? This is something very important, which I think I discussed with you. 40 from second PU and 15 from first PU. Then again, your 5 questions on first and second PU. This is one thing. Now, very, very important, how to answer the 60 questions in 70 minutes and how do you get trained? This is a very, very important question, a frequently asked question. And I would like to spend some time on this. Well, you should observe, you are having a question paper given to you, and it consists of 1 to 60 questions. And on an average, you spend one question 1 minute. Okay. Now, is it correct that all the questions can be answered exactly in 1 minute? No, it's very difficult. Now, what we do is, normally when the question paper is given to you, you just scan through the paper. First reading you give. Give a slow reading, doesn't matter. So while reading this questions itself, there will be around 18 questions which you can answer in say about 5 seconds. So therefore, on each question, you have saved around 55 seconds. Now, you must be going through another round of reading the question paper. So there you will only read those questions which you have not answered. So you will come with around about 18 questions. You will find that you can answer in about say some 20 to 25 seconds. They are saving quite a lot of time there. Once again, they can go for the third round of reading the question paper. Again, you will come across about 18 questions which you can answer in 1 minute. Now, you have already finished 54 questions. Then what is remaining is about 6 questions, which might take, each question might take more than 3 minutes or 4 minutes. You can try answering that. So these 6 questions, we call it as the higher order thinking skills. So this require a lot of interfacing of the the concepts. You might use a matrices and determinants, an integration, a differentiation, and a trigonometry, a sequence and series, then integration, binomial. So many varied concepts will be interfaced. Okay. Now, by adopting this particular technique, what is the advantage? I'll tell you. The advantage is, see, for example, I'm a little layman, let me say. I go to the CET test without any training, no idea. I've been given the question paper, 1 to 60 questions. I'll just go by the order 1, 2, 3, keep on spending a lot of time. Okay. Unfortunately, my very first question itself is a very, very difficult question. I have spent more than 10 minutes on this. Then at the end, what happens is it's time up and I have answered only about some 30 questions. I go home and check the question paper that I have not observed or I have not read the question paper completely. I would have answered the last 10 to 15 questions very easily and could have got more marks. So in order to avoid these type of regrets, I suggest that you answer the questions that you can do it best in the sense, in a very short time that you answer it fast. Then go for the second round, third round, etc. as discussed. So this will be better strategy. And again, there are so many questions which actually might require 5 minutes. But if you remember some standard results, then it will get reduced to only 1 or 2 minutes. Even further, if it is somewhere stored in your subconscious mind, I have done this problem elsewhere. Sometime I remember I haven't done this similar type of problem. Then you will answer it in few seconds itself. So there are so many things that will be working for you. So the training that will be given to you will be basically to optimize your time. Second thing is how best, which formula you can use. That is one thing. Out of the box thinking, how we have to think about each and every problem. People have some sort of a misconception that there will be a lot of shortcuts. See, general shortcut will not be there. Each and every problem, you need to devise a shortcut for answering it. So that is all about the training that we would like to give you. Now, of course, do you teach shortcuts wherever necessary? See, for example, in calculus, you have got one chapter called limits. So there we'll be using one L'Hopital rule. It's a very important shortcut for doing problems on limits. So even in differentiation also, we'll be teaching you several shortcuts for differentiating an implicitly defined functions. Like that, there are several. So even probably in 3D vectors, there are so many ways that by using so many standard results, we can get the answer very, very quickly. And whenever we are going to get the answers very, very quickly, that means we would have used some shortcuts. Okay. How does solving previous papers help for the preparation? Yeah. Is this a good point to discuss? Yes, definitely. See, when you discuss previous year question papers, you'll make a survey about what type of topics, how many questions, what are the type of questions that has usually appeared, how shortcuts play a role, what are the tricky type of questions. Will the questions be very lengthy or will it be very tricky? We'll have to use some important concept or something like that. You'll be able to assess, you'll be able to guess the paper for your exam, and so that your previous papers or that preparing, solving previous papers will definitely help you a lot. That's one thing. Well, let me come to this. How many mock tests should we take? There is no optimum number for this. There is no best number for this. Anywhere between 4 to 8 mock tests if you take. Mock tests are of different types. I just wanted to tell you. You can take unit-wise tests and you can take the full-length papers also. Full-length papers, at least 4 you should have practiced before you are CET. So we will be completing at least 10 days before your CET. So therefore, you'll have enough time for practice of papers. So every day you should be able to write one physics, chemistry, maths, biology paper. So at least for 4 hours, then that will help you. Please, not only just writing the papers, you need to go and look at the solutions also. Okay, how best you can improve for the next paper. That's very, very important. Yes, I think I am done with my presentation. Let me see if there are any questions that students would like to ask.
So as far as the questions are concerned, at the back, we have the support team who are handling this. So currently about 65 questions were raised. Most of them are solved. Just to brief the students, yes, what we will be doing is, the session today starts at 4 o'clock. Maybe another 10 minutes is where the session will start.
Yes.
And I think today we have physics as the first.
Yes.
As the first day, and the physics will be continuing for the complete session today.
Yeah.
And tomorrow, sir, could you brief us? What is it that we have tomorrow?
I think Hemant sir must be knowing the timetable.
Hemant, could you brief us before we actually send out the schedule by email to everybody? Could you let us know, Hemant, what is there today and tomorrow?
So today it is physics, and tomorrow also we have physics, sir. And day after tomorrow we have biology.
Okay, that's fine.
So today we have physics, tomorrow we have physics, and day after tomorrow we have biology. So
Yes, sir.
accordingly, we will be sending the entire week schedule to you in your email as well as in the WhatsApp to all the students who have registered. I also would request all the students who are currently attending to ask your friends to also attend this session. Something that is always good, we should share it with our friends because they are also important for us. I would want each one of you to share it with your friends so that they also take the benefit of this. If you are doing group studies, more and more good, you can have this projected across to all of them sitting in one room so that you are able to look at group discussions when the professors are looking at solving the problems. So today we have physics, tomorrow we have physics, and day after tomorrow we have biology. So we will be sending the entire week schedule to you shortly by email. Students can keep watching this. And anything else, Professor Srinath, would you like to intimate anything else before we conclude with the inauguration session? And then we look forward to the actual session starting at 4 o'clock today.
Yeah. One more thing is, as we had discussed also, our telephonic conversation, if the students would like to attend classes on Sunday also, it is will be very happy to do that.
Sure.
If it is
what we will do
convenient.
what we will do is we will send across a feedback session to all the students, asking them if they are okay for a session on Sunday also. If they are okay, based on majority, we will then look forward to incorporating Sundays.
Yes. Exactly.
We will do that,
so that we have more questions for discussion.
Absolutely.
That will be
Absolutely.
very fine. That's one thing. Yes, sir. And finally, recorded is also available for the students, just in case if they miss the session, live sessions.
Absolutely. So recordings will be sent across to them.
Okay.
Okay. So what we will do, sir, we will take a break of about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And exactly 4 o'clock, Hemant,
Yes, sir.
we will go live at 4 o'clock for the physics to be starting. Who is the professor for physics?
So Professor Vinay, sir.
Vinay.
Professor Vinay is there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me quickly give the introduction of Professor Vinay to all the students who are currently there. So we have Professor Vinay KB. He is a professor in physics with over 15 years of teaching experience. He has worked in institutions like a PES ITM. He's worked for AIT. He's worked for Mahesh PU College and the RTES at PUC, and working as a resource person for many competitive exam coaching institutes. He is also the managing director for Target Team CET coaching classes. So we have a wonderful, highly experienced professional who will be taking your physics, and I hope that you will be able to take the best from his sessions. So with this, we come to the closing of the inaugural session of Learn-O-Daya Season-3 on behalf of the entire management of Dayanand Sagar University, as well as the team from Asmat Guru and the Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir. We would like to thank all the parents and the students for being with us for this inaugural session. And at 4 o'clock onwards, we will start with the commencement of the actual classes, the actual virtual classes for Learn-O-Daya Season-3. All the best to you. We have Anikesh, whose numbers must have already been shared in the WhatsApp. If not, Mr. Hemant will share the numbers on the screen with all of you. He is available as a coordinator for us. In case if you need anything, you could always get in touch with him through the WhatsApp, and he will try and see how best we can serve you during the particular 4 hours of Learn-O-Daya. As I told to you in the beginning, before the session starts, 10 to 15 minutes before, you will get the WhatsApp message, including the joining link. The joining link remains the same for the next 32 days. During the session, we would request the student not to disturb the class too much. We are not going to allow for speaking options. Only the Q&A is where you can actually put in your questions. This is being done so that we maintain the discipline. We also maintain the focus. It is very, very important to make sure that you give good amount of time to the faculties for them to explain the concepts. While they are explaining the concepts, if you have any issues, you can always put it in the Q&A boxes. And we will have somebody from the team getting in touch with you. Post the completion of the session, we will have the recording sent across to you through your email IDs that through which you have registered. So in this way, the next 30 days, 4 to 8 p.m. from Monday to Saturday, and if at all anybody requires anything on Sundays, we will have that particular email sent with you, where you can let us know whether we would want you to engage or whether you want us to engage you on Sundays. So with this, we thank you for being present for the inaugural session. And over to you, Hemant. You can now continue with the session to commence at 4 o'clock. Thank you so much, Sinap sir. And thank you so much, sir, Vice Chancellor sir. We look forward to session 3 being a successful session for all the students. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Anikesh, you can take it over and then continue for the session.
Yes, sir. So good evening, students. So I am Anikesh Shukla. I'll be your coordinator for the entire 30 days of this program. Where you need any solutions, any queries, you can ask directly to me. You can directly contact me on WhatsApp, or directly you can call me also. So I'll be available for you guys. Also, we'll start the session in few minutes as Vinay sir is joining now, and then let's begin with the physics class. I request you guys to stay in the session so that it is very beneficial for you and it will help you a lot in your KCET program. So thank you. Be in the session.
Anikesh, you can play some videos. Okay, Vinay sir will join in 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What do you think a good university should have to give you lifelong learning experiences?
That's a good question.
A good university should have
worldwide recognition program,
innovative pedagogy and interdisciplinary teaching approach,
best-in-class faculties with industry exposure,
modern state-of-the-art infrastructure, advanced lab facilities,
and wide industrial exposure for outstanding placements.
Dayanand Sagar University, a beacon of inspiration, quality, and wisdom. With a legacy spanning over 6 decades, the university is known as the pride of South Bangalore. Consistently rated as one of the top 3 universities in Karnataka, Dayanand Sagar University inspires students with unique perspectives and knowledge. And now, to inspire thousands more, the university expands its in-demand programs to the Kudlu Gate City Innovation Campus. equipped with world-class infrastructure, industry-driven innovation laboratories, on-campus medical facilities, and multifaceted faculties, creating a whole new world of possibilities for the brilliant minds in the heart of Bangalore city.
The best thing about this campus is that it is easily accessible. It only takes 45 minutes for me to reach here from Indranagar. Some of my friends come here from Hosur and Whitefield.
DSU City Innovation Campus is so well placed that everyone in the city would love to access it.
The City Innovation Campus now offers coveted programs in commerce, management, arts, design, humanities, computing applications, law, and basic and applied sciences to help students explore the unexplored and discover new possibilities.
This part of the city has always been missing a prestigious campus with these courses, but now at DSU this will be solved.
DSU is the synonym of trust. The university employs industry experts and easily attracts national and international collaborations.
Due to its proximity to the IT hub of Bangalore, DSU is a hotbed for placements and industrial exposure, and also the preferred places for companies to set up the incubation centers.
Experiential learning or practical learning is right at the forefront of things when it comes to student activities.
The relaxed and cohesive environment attained through an engaging, innovative, and industry-aligned curriculum, a technology-driven campus, and innovation laboratories ingrain confidence in students to grab exceptional career opportunities, exemplifying the university's position as a premium university in placements.
In summary, Dayanand Sagar University offers facilities for the overall development, and I request the students to come and explore the opportunities.
DSU persuades us to aim big and to live dreams, and dreams are the most powerful energy. The values instilled at DSU will stay with us forever, and this is how I discovered my career should be.
Come, be a part of this journey to etch the bright future of the next generation. Dayanand Sagar University, live the dream.
Students, please wait in the session. We'll start the session in 2 minutes.
Anikesh, Vinay sir have joined.
Hello.
Yes, sir. So we'll start session now.
Yes, sir. Is it my voice is audible, sir?
Yes, sir. It's audible, sir.
Okay, fine.
Vinay sir, we are good to go. So we
Yes,
can
sir.
start the session now, sir.
Fine, sir. Fine, sir. I'm just sharing the screen. That is the... Yes. I hope now screen is visible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hello, students. Is that audible for me? Sorry, is that audible for you also?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. I'm just switching into the PPT screen, sir. I think so. Screen is visible. So I'll start with the our Learn-O-Daya classes with the analysis of previous year CET syllabus and also the chapter that we are going to discuss in next days. So here you can see that complete analysis of the last few years, 2015 to 2022. It is an analysis where you can see chapter wise how many questions may be asked in each chapter and regularly how they are revised and what are the concepts that you're going to be focused in next few days. So you can see there will be a 15 chapters in first PU and 14 chapters in second PU. Of course, after 2019, some chapters are like communication system, like some concepts are left. So that's why you can see here in the 2019, there will be one question which is asked in communication. 2025, 26, 27, there will be two questions lagging because physics will be for 60 questions. Among 60 questions, every year's chapter wise, how they are distributed, you can see here. In the first one, physical world, this is a chapter where rarely asking the questions because it's an introduction chapter. So last year there was a question, one single question which is asked on this one. And when it comes to the units and measurement, one questions like that, you can see all the first PU concepts, especially first PU concepts, there will be a one questions from each chapter. If you are focusing for especially on KCET, then look into these analysis. You just need to focus more on second PU concept. So then only you can score more. If you are just revising in the creamy concepts of first PU, that's enough. You can score well in the first PU concept. So today, actually, I'm going to handle units and measurement, motion in straight line, and motion in plane, along with that physical word concept. Because physical word, there will be not much more conceptual questions that they are going to ask. It's completely an memory based questions where you are going to discuss, where you are going to understand a little bit basics about physics. When it comes to the units and measurement, motion in straight line, and also motion in plane, there may be a possibilities of asking the questions. Each chapter will be 1-1-1. Okay. Later on days, I will give you I will share you a formula book. So there you are going to hello.
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So there is a small issue sound. Okay, fine. Now it's okay, sir. Okay, fine. You just look into this one. You can see that complete how the chapters are distributed. Here, if you are focusing for current electricity, especially current electricity chapter, you can to look into that one. In the last year, there was a maximum question which is asked on that one. And also in ray optics and optical instrument. So there will be asking 5 questions on that one. So initially, I'm starting with the first PUC concepts today. So then later on, we'll move to the second PU concepts later on, day by day. So 1 second, I'll just going to shift another one sheet. Okay. Now is that a formula sheet is visible to everyone? Is that formula sheet is visible to everyone? Can anyone reply so that
yes, sir, it's visible. Sir, actually, this time we are not allowing students to talk because of the last time some issues were there.
Issues, sir. Okay, fine, sir. Fine, sir. Like that. Okay, sir. Fine. Not an issue, sir. So I'll just look into that one with their hand raise. That's enough. So I can judge them that they are getting or not. Okay, fine, sir. So here I'm going to discuss a brief about formulas and brief about concepts that comes in units, dimension, and measurement. See here, as you know that when you are going to look into the competitive exams, any competitive examination, questions are maybe 4 types. One is on the basis of skill-based, application-based, memory-based, like that. Here, first you need to understand a concept, then only you can apply those skills and apply those concepts to the problems that they are given in the competitive examination. Look into the first few concepts that comes in units and dimension. So that comes first is system of units. So there will be a three system of units initially was there. First was CGS, then FPS, then MK system, where length, mass, time, and other physical quantities are measured on the basis of their initial predictions. Then later on, a called system of international will be coming. There we found that 7 fundamental quantities and their units are described. Then later on, we observe many derived physical quantities. See, what I think happens is when we are having in physical quantities, we need to know about parallelly dimension formulas. So dimension formulas are basically related with the formula of the fundamental derived physical quantities. If I'm going to consider area could be written as length into breadth, like that. Every physical quantity will be measured in a particular dimension. So if you are going to consider length and breadth, they are measured in length and length dimension. So that's why dimensional formula becomes L to the power of 2. So similarly, volume will be L to the power of 3. Density is nothing but mass per volume. There you are going to understand dimension will be mass per volume is there. So that's why m1 L to the power of -3. Or many times that will be 1 will be left without mentioning anything. So that indicates that there will be a 1 power is there. So like that, speed or velocity, that is meter per second, or which is measured distance traveled by time taken. Now come to the acceleration. Acceleration is velocity by time taken. As you already know that velocity is meter per second, that is velocity is distance traveled by time taken. So on the basis of that one, we can get a dimension formula L to the power of 1, T to the power of -2 will be the unit of acceleration. Dimensional analysis, dimensional formula for acceleration. Momentum, mass into velocity. Force, we have many formulas in force. If you are going to consider electric force, magnetic force, all are force that could be measured in Newton, that is kg meter per second square, that is mass into acceleration. Using that one, you can obtain a dimensional formula m1 L1 T to the power of -2. So come to the work is force into displacement, where m1 L1 T to the power of -2 into L. And another one dimension formula, energy, you can use many formula. Energy E is equal to h nu, or energy E is equal to mc square. So using that one, dimensional formula comes m1 L2 T to the power of -2. So these are all the dimension formulas and derived units that you are going to use chapter by chapter. So you can see that motion in straight line and motion in plane, we observed these dimension formula. Later on, work, power, energy will be coming. There we use work, energy, and power dimension formula. Then mechanical properties of solids, fluids, rotation, motion, gravitation. So like that, chapter wise, we observe many physical quantities, and those physical quantity, each and everyone has a dimensional formula. Don't mug up or buy the dimension formula, because there are many dimension formulas are there. You can look into that one. There is a list is there. You can found in NCERT textbook also. It is quite difficult to rememberize all the dimensional formula. So easy method is you just use the formulas that related to that physical quantity. For example, if I'm going to consider a force constant, you know that what is the dimensional formula of force constant? We cannot directly say that, where we cannot directly remember that one. Remember the formula where the force constant comes. So there, spring constant is there. There is a force experience per unit length. What is the force experience for unit extension? The ratio of force to the length, that will be called as force constants. So like that, you can remember the formulas, and using that one, you can easily write the dimensional formulas. So that's why you just remember one thing is, don't mug up the dimensional formula. Remember the physical quantities and their formulas. That is easier. You can look into the thermodynamics concepts, where heat, enthalpy, specific heat, latent heat, thermal conductivity, entropy, universal gas constant, thermal conductivity, each and every concept has their formulas. You can rememberize by using those formulas. So these are all the physical quantities that comes in the first PUC concept. When it comes to the second PUC concept, electrostatics, electric charges, electric potential, resistance, capacitor, inductance, permittivity of the free space, relative permittivity, intensity of electric field, magnetic field, and electric flux, conductance. There are many physical quantity. You cannot mug up these dimension formula, so that you can just remember the what could be the formula related to that concept. If you are going to consider specific conductance of conductivity, then what could be the dimension formula? Electric dipole momentum is P into dipole momentum. P is nothing but Q into 2A. Q is charge, 2A is length. Charge is represented in current into time. Current is in ampere, time is in t to the power of 1. Time is in seconds, t to the power of 1 will be there. And distance between the charges will be measured in length. So that's why dimension formula becomes L1, T1, A1. Like that, if you are looking into the dimension formulas, there are too many dimension formulas are there. So that's why I'm just giving an idea that how to remember the dimension formula. Go through it once and remember those basic concept that formulas are important to remember the dimension formula. Okay, come to the next one concept is measurement of in the units measurements. After the units, you come to know about that measurement. In the every measurement, we use different methods. So there will be a large distance method is there, parallax method. So that is basis parallax angle we are going to use, that is nothing but S by theta. It is quite similar to the trigonometric relation. S is equal to R theta, or theta is equal to S by R. Like that you are going to use. Then comes in the measurement, errors will be there. So what is an error? Error is a difference of true value and measured value. Difference of true value and measured value, that we called as error. When you're going to observe mean value of this measured value, that gives you an approximately true value. That means if we want to measure the true value, because we doesn't have an instrument to measure, then we are supposed to use many trials. Maximum when you are going to do in the lab, why we are going to take maximum trials? If I'm going to say that simple pendulum experiment, there we are going to use many trials, about 10 trials we are going to take. Of each one has 20 oscillations or 10 oscillations. That means if you are going to take number of trials more, means error will be less. So sometimes there may be asking that what is the true value if there is no provided true value, means then you can use that method. Then comes relative error in measurement. What is the relative error? Is error, absolute error to the true value or mean value. So that ratio will be relative error. Percentage error is if you are going to multiply that one with 100, percentage error. So here in measurement and also in error, you'll observe that error, how they are going to add it and how they are going to subtract it. Quite, you need to remember one thing is, anything that you are going to measure, either it could be added or subtracted or multiplied or divided. Error is always error. So that's why remember that one. There is no subtraction of error, only addition is there. So if in case A plus B is there, then error is delta A plus delta B. Maybe error in measurement of A is delta A, error in measurement of B is delta B, but the total error will be delta A plus delta B. So what about in the division case? In the division case, if you are going to multiply or divide, so the error going to be added using the relative error concept. Delta A by A plus delta B by B. So this one, relative error. Using this relative error, you are going to find out what will be the error in the measurement. Now, here is an example where we have power and also multiplication and also division is there. So there is an equation Z is equal to A to the power of P into B to the power of Q and C to the power of R. Then maximum relative error in Z is, how you going to find out? See, there is a relation using this above error analysis. Delta Z by Z, that is relative error in the result. It could be volume, it could be some other any physical quantity which depends on fundamental quantities. So like that here, what you need to do is, if there is a power is there, you need to multiply that power delta A by A, like that Q into delta B by B, like that R into delta C by C. Sir, if they're asking to find out the percentage error means you just need to multiply 100 left hand side and right hand side. So that gives you what could be the percentage of error in the measured value in individual and also in the resultant value Z. Okay. So for that one, when you are going to solve with examples, I will show you how it is. I'm just revising the concepts that comes in the first PU concept. So now coming to the next concept, significant figure. So what is a significant figure? So that you know that any number that you are going to write has a figure that you are going to identify as a significant figure. So there will be a rules that you need to follow to identify the significant figure. Before going to understand significant figure, what is precise value and what is absolute value? The value near to the true value is called as precise value. The value which has precise in measurement, that is called as precise. That means if you are going to use screw gauge or vernier calipers, which one gives a precise value means vernier calipers, because the least count is 0.001. So that's why. Okay, fine. Let it be. Come to the significant figures. So the rules that you need to follow is in 0 becomes significant figure if it appears between the two non-zero digit. That means 42.3 is there. There are three significant figure. If there is a 243.4 is there, that is also a non-significant figure. That means non-zero digits are significant figures. When it comes to the 0, here in the second example, 5.03, 5.604, how many significant figures are there? Then you need to consider this 0 also. It will be 4 significant figures. So this you can easily understand. But the next concept that you are going to understand, see, if the value is trial 0 is placed right of the number of the significant figures. That means if in case if you are going to keep the 0, which is when you are going to measure the value less than 1, then towards left zeros you need to neglect, towards right zeros you need to consider. That means if in case 0.543 is there, significant figure is 3. In 0.006 is there, significant figure is 1. Now another one example is there here. You can observe that 4.330 is there. Sir, if in case right side 0 is there, means you need to consider that 0 as a significant figure. You can see there 4.330 has 4 significant figure. 433.00 means 5 significant figures are there. Then if there is an exponential terms is there, then no need to worry about that exponential terms. That means power 10 to the power of -2, -4. Don't worry about those things. Those are all not take part in the significant figures. Only the numbers, the digits that you are right in the left side, 1.32. How many significant figures? 3 significant figures. Here also 3 significant figures. Okay. Now coming to the another one concept, it may be neglected in the theory sessions, because as you learn this one in the primary sessions also, in the high school sessions also, you have learned. So that's why there may be a neglected. But remember that one, if there is a number is there, if you want to round it to last digit, how you are going to round it? For example, here 7.82 is there. If you want to round it to 2 significant figure, that means only 2 digit you need to write, means how you are going to write? You're going to neglect last number. Fine. So because it is less than 5 is there, fine, you're just going to neglect, you're going to write 7.8. If in case it is more than 5, then like that 6.87 is there, what you're going to do is you're going to add them. What about if it is last digit is equal to 5? What about if last digit is equal to 5? Then how you're going to do? See, if they're asking here an example where 16.351 is rounding off to 16.4 for 3 significant figures. If they're asking to find out they're asking to find out that for 4 significant figure, 16.35, last one is neglected because it is less than 5. Now, if 5 is there, how it becomes 4? Then they follow a rule that If last digit is after the 0 digit is 5 is there, and previous one is odd is there, like here you can see 16.35, last digit is 5, but previous one is odd number 3, then you need to make that one even number. If in case 3.25 is there, you can see here 5 previous one is 2 is there, that means even number is there. There you are not going to alter anything, you just need to write as it is 3.2. So this thing you need to remember, because many years, I think so twice I found during the last 5 years question papers, on the basis of this concept there is one question arised. Okay, so I hope this could revise your few concept of significant figures. Now in significant figure, how we are going to calculate addition, subtraction, multiplication. It could be a primary school addition, subtraction, but the thing is here you need to understand significant figure calculation. You can see any number that you are going to add. First you need to identify how many significant figures are there. You can see here 33.3, 3.11, 0.313. If you're going to add these numbers, you'll get 36.723. But it is not a right way to answer, because if we want to write in a significant figure, there is a rules. What is the rules is, result should be written in the least significant figure value of the numbers you added. See here 3 is there, here is also 3, here is also 3 significant figures are there. So that's why answer should be in 3 significant figures. So that's why last 2 digits, that means 36.723, in that one last 2 digits will be rounding off. After rounding off you get 36.7 is the right answer. I hope you got this one. Let's go to the next examples, where if there are different type of values that have given. So you can see that in the first one they are given that 3.1421, 0.241, 0.09. Now how many decimal points are there? Least decimal points are 2 decimal points are there. Now your answer should be rounding off to 2 decimal points place. See there you can see this one, value will be 3.4731, then decimal points will be shifted to 2 decimal point. See in the previous one I told you that you need to follow the least significant figure, that means 3 digits you need to write. In next one I told you that it would be a value after decimal 0.2, because you can see here the value of third one you are mentioned here has only 1 significant figure. When it comes to this one, 3 significant figure. When it comes to this one, 5 significant figure is there. So if you're going to add, then you use answer should be rounding off to 2 decimal point. Then you can see here in the third one here 62.831, 24.5439, and 38.2818 coming. It's going to become after subtraction something value. We are going to obtain 38.282. So here you can use here the value will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 decimal points are there. Here also 6 decimal points are there. So that's why you're rounding it into 5 decimal points. So that means you need to remember one thing is, either you need to consider the how many decimal places are there after points after decimal point, or least significant figure you need to represent. It depends on the answers and the questions are the numbers we are going to add. On the basis of that one, you need to modify that one, which one is the least that you are going to observe. So here in multiplication case also, not only in addition or subtraction, in multiplication and also in division also, you need to follow the same rules. If I'm going to consider for a number which is multiplied 142.06, that is multiplied by 0.23, then your answer should be in two significant figures, because the significant figures are 2. Least significant figures is 2. Here least significant figure is 3 is there. So that's why you are writing here 66.8, because if you are going to multiply, you're going to get this one, not an issue, but you need to write mention like this only. Now here 0.90, actually this will be a little bit problem in a PPT, so not an issue. 4.26 is there. After division, you're going to get 0.2111267 is there. There will be answer. But the thing is, here you have two least numbers are there. That means 2 decimal points are there after the decimal point. So you can answer that one as 0.21. Now come to the order of magnitudes. So many times the values that you are going to write will be represented in orders. The answer should be of the order of what could be the radius of the nucleus, what could be the order of radius of the nucleus. There we are going to neglect the number 0 to 1. So for example, here if you are going to consider what is the speed of light in vacuum, then we are going to write 3 into 10 to the power of 8 meter per second. So here approximately we consider that one as 10 to the power of 8 meter per second, where you're going to neglect this one. Like that, mass of electron is 9.1 into 10 to the power of minus 31. If in case it is more than 5 is there, so then you're just going to add this one. That means it approximately it will be equal to 10 to the power of minus 30. 0 to 5, above 5 value is there, means then you're going to rounding up into next digit. So that's why it would be value of 10 to the power of minus 30 kg. So like that, rounding off are the decimal points could be represented in magnitude or order means. So you're going to use the decimal powers of 10 to represent that values. Okay, here is another one example where you are going to each side of the cube are measured in 7.203 meters. Find the volume of the cube up to the approximate significant figures. So here up to the approximate significant figures that you are going to multiply means if you are going to cube it, so then you are going to get 373.713 meter cube. So like that you are going to write. So like that, in addition also you can follow this concept that if it is very small, then total significant figure will be in terms of 3 you need to represent. Okay, now come to the another one important concept, because this one is very well known in our lab, vernier calipers and screw gauge. Last year we have a one question on vernier calipers, so that's why many times you neglect or forgotten this concept, vernier calipers and screw gauge. Maybe that one will be asked in the competitive exams also. In JEE and NEET, they are asking definitely on the basis of these instrumental questions, instrumental experimental physics question. But in Karnataka City also last year they are asked on the basis of vernier calipers. See, in the vernier calipers that you know that you may remember that one. These are all upper jaws, these are all lower jaws, and this will be a main scale, and there will be a frame that we call as vernier scale. There will be a screw. These are the parts where you're going to observe the measurement. First, you need to identify what could be the least count of the measured instrument. That means if you are using an wall clock, what is the least count is 1 second. In wall clock, least count is 1 second. Of course, in sports watch, it could be milliseconds. But in case of wall clock, if you are going to consider 1 second is the least count. Like that, vernier calipers also has least count. So that could be given by vernier calipers least count is 1 main scale division minus 1 vernier scale division. So that means you can use another formula is there. Least count is value of 1 main scale division to the number of vernier scale division. So that could be a value of 1 millimeter, 0.1 millimeter that comes. So where you are going to observe 9 main scale division will be equal to 10 vernier scale divisions. 9 main scale, that means up to if you are going to start from 0 to 0 to 9 division, that could be observed that in vernier caliper scale that could be measured to the 10 divisions. So that's why we'll observe a measurement of least count 0.1 millimeter in vernier calipers. Now come to screw gauge. In the screw gauge, you can see that there will be a spinning handle is there and also rotator is there. So where you're going to rotate and you're going to measure this one. This one is an horizontal line which we call as pitch, and cylindrical circular head that we call as head scale. Using this one also we are going to find out the least count, and so we are going to measure the small thickness of the glass or paper as like that in a fine structure. What could be the least count of vernier calipers is 0.01 mm, sorry, 0.1 millimeter or 0.01 centimeter. When it comes to the screw gauge has a pitch. Pitch means a division in the pitch line. What could be the value? Its value is 1 millimeter. Total number of division vernier scale is there. So it depends on different vernier screw gauge. It depends on different screw gauge. Some screw gauge has 0 to 50, 0 to 100. So problem how they are giving 0 to 100 is given means then total number of division on circular scale you need to write 100. If there is 15 is there, then you need to write 15. Just 1 millimeter divided by 50 or 1 millimeter divided by 100. So that gives you 0.01 millimeter. So that is what the least count of the screw gauge. Okay, fine. So I hope this could be a small introduction to the formulas that comes in the first units, dimension and measurement. If you want much more clarification, I'm just going to share the PDF part so that you can see in detail units, dimensions and measurement techniques. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to shift another one screen. Yes. Is it visible, students?
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Yes. So I'm just going to start with the chapter physical world units and measurements questions with solutions, which I'm going to discuss you. Here we have questions which are related to previous year KCET papers, and also additional questions are there. So that maybe questions may be asking like this conceptually. So we'll begin with the questions which are related to, okay, fine. I just want to, I think so everyone know about this one. How CET questions are there, which is already we discussed it in orientation classes. Don't worry about those things. So here's an, I think so everyone got this flow chart. Here is another one flow chart I prepared to share you that using this one you can revise a few concepts that may be skipped in that detailed slide. Here you can observe that in the first chapter there is a concept that explained like microscopic world physics, macroscopic world physics, and excitement in study of physics, technology and society, linked technology and physics, contribution of physics to the society, like that. Different concepts that you are going to understand over there. Their discoveries, there we understand what are the branches of physics that gives an excitement in study. All those things will be in the introduction part. That you need to understand over there is very simple is there may be asking a questions on the basis of that one, that memorized questions which could be very rarely asked. So ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಏನು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ. And here we will be having a 4 basic forces. This could be we are going to discuss in the further chapter also. When it comes to gravitation chapter, gravitation force, we are going to discuss electrostatics chapter, electromagnetic waves force we are going to discuss, and nuclear chapter in the second PU that we are going to discuss nuclear force. So that's why rather than discussing that one, including this one here, if you are going to study well there itself on that chapter, it is better. So next comes to the another one chapter that you know that units and measurement that I already discussed. There will be a units, types of units. There will be a fundamental, derived units, and supplementary units are there. Then we have an units has an types, CGS, MKS, FPS, ESI system. In measurement of units, we have accuracy and precise values. What are those? I already discussed. In errors, you'll observe combination of error like addition, subtraction, multiplication. If there is a power is there, how you're going to observe. And error types, absolute error, that means you just subtract true value and measured value. That is absolute error. Relative error, it's a ratio of mean value of error to the true value error. And percentage of error, you just multiply those relative error with the 100. That gives you a percentage error. And significant figure, dimension analysis, application of dimensions, like that, you'll observe that all the concepts. So now comes to the questions. So the question is, the dimension formula of physical quantity m to the power of a, l to the power of b, t to the power of c, then that physical quantity is. So here observe that they are given 4 physical quantities and also their dimension formulas, which is given in the form of a, b, c. So you need to substitute that a, b, c value and that you get some dimension formula. Which one is correct, they are asking. That's what I think. Then you need to remember the formulas. As I told you, if you are going to mug up with the dimension formula, it is quite difficult because about 300 physical constants are there. That is quite difficult to remember. So that's why you just remember the formula. Surface tension. What is surface tension? Force experience per unit length. So that means m to the power of 1, l to the power of 1, t to the power of 1 is l to the divided by l to the power of 1. That means the surface tension dimension formula is m1 l0 t to the power of -2. That means a value is 1, b value should be 0, but here they are 1 given. That means this option is wrong. When it comes to second one option, force is mass into acceleration. That is, mass is 1, acceleration is meter per second. But the thing is, here you can observe that c value is given 2, but c value should be -2. That's why this is also wrong. When it comes to angular frequency, yes, angular frequency is angular distance traveled by time taken, that is radian per second. So that's why radian doesn't have a dimension formula. Only you need to remember 1 by second. That means t to the power of -1, that is c value should be -1 and remaining thing will be 0. Let us check for the last one concept also, spring constant. You can say that I already told you that force per extension, that is called a spring constant, that comes in springs motion in the laws of motion chapter. They're using that one there also. If you are going to observe that m1 l0 t to the power of -2. So that means this is also wrong one, spring constant. So right option is second one is the right option that you had in this question. Okay, move to the next question. This is also based on dimensional formula, which is asked in 2013. Dimensional formula of thermal conductivity is, what could be the dimension formula of thermal conductivity? So you need to remember thermal conductivity, that is thermodynamics chapter, quantity of heat transfer from one end of the conductor to the another end of the conductor. So that depends. Remember here, very easy method I'm going to tell you to identify that one which is not correct. That means which is wrong here is dimension formula of potential. See, potential, in potential, we cannot observe the temperature unit. Temperature unit is not there. So that's why you can judge on the basis of this one is, if there is a potential, or it could be a temperature unit is there. So on the basis of that one, you can easily judge. So option for this one is second option, electric potential, that is dimension formula of potential. Now coming to the next question, which is based on percentage of error. See, every year the question is going to be changes on the basis of concept. Those two questions are dimension analysis. Here the questions, next questions are on the basis of percentage of error. The physical quantity Q is found to depend on observable x, y, z. Obey the relation q is equal to x cube y square divided by z. Then percentage of error in measurement of x, y, z are 1%, 2%, 3% respectively. What is the percentage of error in q? That means if you want to find out the q percentage error, how it could be written? Very simple. You need to write that one in terms of dimension analysis and also error analysis concept, that you need to observe that delta q by q into 100, that could be equal to power will be multiplied 3 into delta x by x into 100 plus 2 into delta y by y into 100, like that, plus z into delta z by 100. Here z is in denominator. That doesn't mean that you need to subtract. I told you earlier already, error is error. So it may be subtracted in the physical quantity, but error should be added. It may be divided in the physical quantity, but it should be added in error measurement. So that's why all the quantity will be added up here. So the answer for percentage of error for x, y, z is 3 into 1, 2 into 2, z value will be 4%. So that's why value comes 11%. So option 3 is the right answer. Now coming to the next question, which we are going to understand very easily. The ratio of dimension of Planck's constant and that of the moment of inertia has a dimensions of, here two physical quantities are given. One is Planck's constant, another one is moment of inertia. See, you need to understand what is Planck's constant, where you are going to use Planck's constant. That you know that when you are going to consider small pockets of energy, how light are represented means, according to Planck's quantum theory, that says that light is a small pockets of energy. E is equal to h nu. On the basis of that one, we can say that E value of Planck's constant h will be E by nu, E by frequency, and moment of inertia of any body is mass into radial distance square. If you're going to take a ratio of that one, you're going to get angular momentum. So that could be the answer. Next, we are going to understand another one simple question. If mass of a body is m, see, this could be a question which is based on physical world. If a mass of the body is m on the surface of Earth, mass of the same body at the surface of Moon. Remember, in fundamental quantities, you'll observe that there will be a quantity which remains constant. Wherever you are going to measure fundamental quantities. Like if I'm going to say that mass of a body remains constant on the surface of Earth, on the surface of Moon, on the surface of Jupiter, or any planet. But weight is not remains constant. Weight going to be changes place to place. It depends on acceleration due to gravity of that planet. It could be a Mars or Moon or any. Okay, fine. For this one, you are going to get an answer. On the mass also, on the mass of the body, on the Earth also m, and on the surface of Moon also m. So answer is m is the right answer. Now coming to the next question. This is what the thing, addition or subtraction or multiplication, mathematical operation of significant figures, numbers and writing them in significant figures. So this is in 1 year asked in NEET also. The subtraction of mass 49.53 gram occupies, the substance of mass 49.53 gram occupies 1.5 centimeter cube of volume. They are given mass, volume. They're asking to find out the density of the substance. Density of the substance in gram centimeter cube with the correct number of significant figures. Here you can see that there will be a 4 digits are there. Here 2 digits are there. How many significant figures are there? Here 4, here 2. So answer should be written in least significant figure. So that could be 3.3. So answer for this one will be 3.3 will be the right answer. Now coming to the another one question, which is asked in another one here. The resistance R is equal to V by I, where V is represented as 100 plus or minus 5. Here, the representation of voltage is true value and error in measurement. So that means true value is 100 and error is 5. In current, true value is 100 and error is 0.2 amps. Therefore, the percentage of error in resistance, how you're going to find out? You just need to use error analysis relation. That is, you know that V R is equal to V by I. So that's why error in percentage of error R will be delta V by V plus delta I by I into 100. So you'll observe that what could be the value of delta V? Delta V is 5 by 100 plus delta I. What could be the value of delta I? Will be 0.2 divided by 10. True value of current will be 10 is there into 100. So 5 divided by 100 means 0.05 and 0.2 divided by 10 is 0.02. So if you are going to add them, 0.07 multiply by 100 means you are going to get 7%. So that's why the answer, third one is option is the right answer for this one. Now coming to this question, which is an interesting question. You can remember that one here. If PQR are physical quantities having different dimensions, which has in different dimension, each one PQR, which of the following combination can never be a meaningful quantity? Which one is not a meaningful quantity? See, if I am going to say distance for P, area for Q, volume for R. So it's just length square and length cube. If I'm going to consider, see in the first option, length square multiply madadre. If you're going to do multiplication, you will get length cube divided by length cube. So it could be a meaningful quantity. When it comes to the second one, you can see that physical quantity P and Q are different dimensions. So if there is a different dimensional physical quantities are there, they are not added or not subtracted. Only addition, subtraction of different physical quantity is not possible. So that's why here what it becomes is its value will not be meaningful. So that's why when it comes to the next one, you'll observe that P value is meter, R value is meter cube. Meter into meter cube is meter to the power of 4. And Q value is meter square. Meter square whole square will be meter to the power of 4. So that's why you can say that. Yes, sir.
Sir, there are some questions in the QA box, sir.
Yes, sir. Only 2 questions are there, sir.
Yes, sir.
They are saying that delta V how to find. Okay, fine. So in the previous question, they are asking that delta V how to find. Delta I or delta T. Sir, why we should take delta I or delta T? Okay, fine. In the previous questions, they are asking about. Okay. Here. See, it's a value of resistance. You can see that resistance is measured in ratio of voltage to the current, or using Ohm's law, you'll observe that V is equal to IR. So have some other questions. Okay. Okay. The another question is why we are how to take on that delta I. Okay, fine. Simply any value of measurement will be measured or represented as true value and error in addition or subtraction to that one. That means V is measured in 100 plus or minus 5. This plus or minus 5 represents that error. That is the difference between true value and measured value. In current also, there will be a measured value is 10 centimeter or true value is 10 centimeter. The difference in measured and true value is plus or minus 0.2%. So for example, if in case if you have a pen is there, what could be the length of pen? 10 centimeter. If the true value is 10.5, you measure 10 centimeter and someone says that 11 centimeter. So what could be the error? 10 plus 5 or minus 5. So like that, you are going to consider. So here also they are provided that voltage and current has an error 5 and 0.2. So we need to find out what is the percentage of error in R. So that's why we need to add the percentage of error of V and percentage of error of I. I means current. So then you can see here, if you're going to add these two, you're going to get a percentage of error 7%. The answer will be 7%. So now come to this one question. Already I told you that first one has, if I'm going to consider P is meter, Q is meter square, meter into meter square, meter cube, in the denominator meter cube, it could be a meaningful. When it comes to second one, meter and minus meter cube, it is not possible because it is in dimension analysis and also in check the correctness of the equation using the dimension analysis. There is a rule called as homogeneity of the equation. If any equation is dimensionally correct, means their addition and subtraction will be takes place only if both of them having a same dimension formula. If I'm going to say that one equation S is equal to ut plus half at square, or V is equal to u plus at, or V square is equal to u square plus 2as, all the equations are dimensionally correct. Because why they are dimensionally correct is because of there will be an value which is ratio will be same. So that's why here it is not possible. Okay, fine. Come to the next point. If I'm going to consider how it is possible for this one, means you can see taking an example of same meter, meter square, meter cube. If I'm going to consider P is meter, R is meter square. Meter and meter square becomes meter to the power, meter and meter cube, because R value is meter cube is there. Meter and meter cube become meter to the power of 4. And Q value is meter square. Meter square to the power of square means meter to the power of 4. So that's why if you are going to simplify this one, they dimensionally both the left hand side and right hand side of minus will be same. So that's why it could be dimensionally correct. When it comes to here, PQ minus R, P means meter, Q is meter square, and R is meter cube. Left hand side, right hand side are same. So after that minus sign. So that's why fourth option, third option, and first options will be meaningful. When it comes to the second option, it could not be meaningful. Okay. And again, sixth one. Okay, someone is asking for sixth one. Okay. It is not a recorded class. Someone is asking, sir, can you explain the question number 6? Okay, fine. Question number 6 if you want. Okay. So this is what the question number 6. Here they are going to ask you a question like the substance are measured mass and volume is the density. So that means mass per volume. If you are going to divide 49.53 grams divided by 1.5, if you are going to divide the value, the value comes, sorry, this one is 15. Yeah, you got a doubt for this one only. Here the value will be 15. It's 1.5. It becomes 1.5 here. Because of 15 centimeter cube, if you're going to divide this one, it value comes around 3.302, 3.3, 3.30. So all the values are applicable. If I'm going to divide that one within a value, here least significant figure values are 1, 5. 2 digits are there. Here 4, 9, 5, 3. 4 significant figures are there. So that's why answer should be written in terms of least significant figure 3.3. Remember this one is a 15. Okay, fine. I hope you got that question answer. Okay, fine. Okay, so all the QA questions will be answered. Now we'll go to the few questions are left also. So next question is similar type of question. which is discussed in the sixth one question, like that. A cylinder of wire has mass 0.3 plus or minus 0.003 grams, radius 0.5 plus or minus 0.005 mm, and length 6 plus or minus 0.006 centimeter is there. Maximum error in measurement of density. Here they are given mass, radius, and length. So it is a cylinder. So what is the expression for volume of a cylinder? It is a pi r to the power, pi r square into L. So where you are going to understand to find out the percentage of error in density. So then you need to measure percentage of error in mass, 2 times of percentage of error in radius, and 1 times of percentage of error in length. So if you are going to measure that one using this one, 0.003 divided by 0.3, 0.003 divided by 0.3, and 0.005 divided by 0.5, and 0.06 divided by 6. If you are going to solve that one, we will get the answer 4. 4% of error is there in the measurement of the cylinder wire wall density, especially density. Here they are asking to find out the density. Okay, fine. So these are all the few questions which could be asking in the questions, previous year questions. Just I want to tell you that these, not only they are going to ask this type of questions, there will be additional questions are there that I'm going to discuss. First, you need to understand on which concepts they are focusing. You can see that, as I told you, that initially they are asking questions regarding dimension analysis. If you are going to understand dimension analysis, you can see in this flow chart. Is it screen is visible? Please raise your hand, anyone hand, so that I can understand that screen is visible. Yeah, okay, fine. So I got it. Okay, so you can look into that one. Up to here, the questions on which concept they are asking. If you are looking to this one, you can get errors. In errors, they are asking questions. In significant figures, they are asking questions. In dimension analysis and application of dimension analysis, to check the correctness of the equation, homogeneity of the equation, to derive the relation from the dimensional formula. So on the basis of these concepts, they are going to ask. They are not asking in fundamental quantities, all those things they are not asking. They may be asking dimensional formulas, because they may be asking like mention any two or identify any two dimensional formulas which are similar types. So like that, they may be asking in the few next exams. But here, up to here, you can look into that one on which concept that they are asking. Okay, so on the basis of, you can predict that on which concept, if you're strong, means definitely you can answer the questions. So when in the next classes, when we are going to discuss with the conceptual questions, which is based on that remaining concepts, we just focus on that one also, so that it may be asking in the future examination also. Okay, fine. Student, I'm just going to switch to the another one page where I'm going to tell you another one concept. Just a second. I'm just going to. Okay. Oh, okay. Again, you got this one. Yes. Motion in straight line. Yes. students, is that yes? Now, is that screen is visible? Please, can anyone raise your hand? Yes. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Sir, do you have any network issue, sir? Because the screen is getting lagged in between.
In between? I don't think so,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Because
now it's proper, sir. Now it's proper.
Okay, fine, sir. Because when switching to the another PPT, there may be a possibilities of a little bit.
Okay.
So because I made chapter-wise separately PPTs, sir. So that's why it could be taking a few seconds for those times. Okay, fine.
Yes.
Student, someone has a question. Okay. The concepts are clear, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, fine. Thank you. So let it be. So further, I'm going to discuss. First, I'm focusing on these 3 chapters. Remember that one. You don't need to discuss one at a time, one day completely. Share the PDFs on the email also. Someone is asking earlier. I am earlier also telling you.
Yes, sir. For that, I would like to answer that. Students, we will be sharing all the PDFs on daily basis after the session ends at 8 o'clock. As soon as the session ends, you will receive the PPTs and PDFs.
And also self-evaluation testing paper I am going to share you. Don't worry about students. You just go through that one. It could be helpful for you for exam preparation. Don't worry about that materials. We are going to share you. But right now, on which concept we are focusing, you just need to focus on those things. So that's why focus on those things. Later on, after the completion of session, you just contact us. We will provide you the complete details. Now we'll see another one concept. I think so. Screen is clearly visible. Okay. Can anyone raise your hands? Yes, fine. Now look into the next concept, motion in straight line. See, so there will be a motion of body or a particle will be 3 types basically: 1-dimension motion, 2-dimension motion, 3-dimension motion. So 1-dimension is along straight line, 2-dimension is in a plane, 3-dimension is in a space. Basically, when you're going to discuss in a motion in straight line, so there may be a possibilities of another type of motion also: translation motion, rotation motion, oscillation motions. So motion of a body, if you are going to complicate it, it could be a well complicated. But if you are going to understand very simply, it could be very easy to understand. Here, motion is in straight line, they are categorized into uniform motion and non-uniform motion. That means if it is traveling in a certain distance in a certain interval of time, regularly, repeatedly, so then that will be a uniform motion. If in case that distance will be traveling in different time, different distance, different positions that they are reaching, means that could be ununiform or non-uniform motion. So where you're going to understand first, if the motion is there, then first concept comes distance or displacement path. I hope everyone is comfortable with Kannada. I'm going to just include few words in Kannada also, because it could be easier for everyone. Because I think so. Still slow. Okay, I'm going to tell you slowly, not an issue. Someone is asking to tell slowly. Okay, if you are going to having an the concept is speed, means no problem. You just need to remember that when motion in straight line, there will be a 2 types basically used: uniform and non-uniform. In both the times, we are going to understand distance, displacement, speed, velocity, acceleration, average distance, average acceleration, average velocity concepts. So here, first thing is distance and displacement. What is meant by distance and displacement? Distance traveled means actual path taken by the body. For example, if you start from college and if you're reaching home, definitely you will go for an shop to buy a book, or if you're going for with his friends, so for a charts, definitely you travel some path in different paths. So if I'm going to measure in Google What could be the path if your measure means if you are showing that path completely when you are going to take left turn, right turn, that is what distance traveled. Displacement is if you are going to point at an initial point, that is college, and the final point is your home, means the least possible distance or the straight line path between initial and final path, that will be the distance displacement. So that's what I think. And remember, distance traveled will always be a positive or maybe zero, but displacement is positive, negative, and also zero. How it is possible that negative means if the displacement initially right side is there, then it come back to the original position and it going back to the left side, then you'll observe that direction of traveling of distance will be changed. So that's why to represent that one, we supposed to use that negative sign. So that's why displacement will be can be positive and negative and zero, but distance traveled cannot be negative. It could be a positive or zero, but it cannot be a negative. So that's why distance traveled is always greater compared to displacement. Then comes another one concept, speed and velocity. What is speed? Rate of change of distance traveled. Velocity is rate of change of displacement, if you are going to consider. Speed is always positive, it cannot be negative. Velocity may be positive or negative, depends on which direction you are going to consider, the initial one or reference one, like that velocity. So in that velocity, you will observe two types, instantaneous velocity. In a graph, if you are going to consider at any point velocity, if you need to find out, in a displacement time graph, you just need to draw a slope. In velocity time graph, you just need to pick a point. There you will observe instantaneous velocity. When it comes to the average velocity, many times you're going to be fail here, because someone is saying that if you're moving from home to one place, market, home to market with a velocity 30 meters per second, due to weight in your hand, you are coming back with a slower velocity 20 meters per second. What is the average velocity? ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 30 ಇದ್ದೆ, ಬರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 20 ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. So that means you just think about like that 30 plus 20 divided by 2. So you thought like that 30 plus 20 divided by 2 means its average velocity value will be 30 plus 20, 50 divided by 2 is 25. But it is wrong. Remember, when you are going to calculate the average velocity, use this formula. Use this formula, total displacement by total time taken. What could be the total displacement to the total time taken? That gives you average velocity. And average acceleration, total change in velocity to the total time taken. You should remember these two formulas. By applying this formula, you can easily calculate the values. Okay, I think so. You got an idea regarding average velocity and average acceleration. Now coming to that relative velocity concept. See, if you are traveling in a train or you are traveling with your friend in a bicycle or a bike, if you are moving in a same direction, then the relative velocity will be zero. So that's why if you are having a 5 km per hour, your friend is also having 5 km per hour, then relative velocity. Yes. How can a distance be zero? Someone is asking. Distance is said when a particle travel. So, okay, fine. So sometimes what you are going to consider is distance is zero means if it is traveling very small distance. For example, if an electron is revolving around the nucleus, around the atom, inside the atom, how electrons are revolving. So where we are going to consider very small distance, it could be neglected. It could be neglected. So that's it. Hello, students. Okay, sorry, got it. Just a second, students. Okay. Okay, students. Come to the another one point, that is relative velocity. Is it audible, students? Can you raise your hands? Yes. Okay, fine. So relative velocity, what is meant by relative velocity? That you know that velocity between the two bodies. If two bodies are moving in the same direction, the velocity could be subtracted. Velocity of one body subtracted with the velocity of the another body. If two bodies are moving in a opposite direction, if you are moving in opposite direction, then velocity is going to be added. Remember that one, velocity is going to be added. Using that relation, we can find out the relative velocity. Okay, here, if the two bodies are moving in a same direction, what is the relative velocity of A with respect to B means VA minus VB. With B with respect to A means VB minus VA. If it is positive, if in case VA, velocity of the first body, is larger compared to second one, then velocity of A larger. For example, 10 meter per second is there and VB is 5 meter per second. Then the difference is 5. So that means velocity of A with respect to B is 5 plus 5. When it comes to velocity of B with respect to A means then 5 minus 10, then minus 5. What it indicates that which one is moving forward and which one is lagging. That you can identify using the relative velocity. So when solving the problems, you get to know about those things. Another one is in the concept is freely falling body. See, what is freely falling body means if a body is under Earth's gravitation, if it is falling Earth's gravitation, the G value is 9.8 meter per second. Its acceleration value will be 9.8% meter per second. Then the motion that possesses by the body will be considered to be freely falling body. And to understand the distance traveled, time taken, initial velocity, final velocity, or maybe in between some position, what could be its velocity, we need to use kinematic equation or equations of motions. You can look into here, there will be 4 equations. One is V is equal to U plus AT, S is equal to UT plus half AT square, V square minus U square is equal to 2AS. Yes, these are the 3 equations that is very well known. This equation, distance traveled in the nth second. For example, if I'm going to ask you, if a body travels for a 10 minute, in between fifth minute and sixth minute, what is the distance traveled? Then we are going to use this relation. In a particular time, what is the distance traveled by that body? That you can easily find out using this one equation, u plus a by 2 into 2n minus 1, where a is acceleration, u is initial velocity, and n is time, which time that you are going to consider. So time should be in seconds that you are going to consider here. So if you are going to consider this concept, we can find out the interrelationship between velocity, acceleration, time, and distance. Using these relations, we can find out the concepts of motions in straight line. So this is what the thing that you need to remember. Addition to this one, you can observe here, I have provided two equations. So that gives you an average velocity expression. A body moving with a different speed in different time interval. Different speed in different time interval. For example, a body travel from one place to, that means home to market with a velocity v1 and take times t1, and it reaches to another one place with a velocity v2 and time t2. Then what could be the average velocity? Then we are supposed to use this relation. If a body moving with same velocity, you can see that the body moving with different distance, but different speed is there. Here time is not given. So then here we are going to use that relation, s1 by v1 plus s2 by v2, s3 by v3. So that total distance traveled by total velocity expression you are going to consider. Okay, so these are all the few concepts that comes in this chapter. So we are directly go to the questions. How it could be questions and what could be the answers for those questions. Let us see. A car moving from A to B with a speed of 30 km/h and from B to A the speed of 20 km/h. What will be the average speed of the car that I told you earlier? So suddenly what you are going to judge is 30 and 20. You are going to take the two velocity, add up and divide by 2. So you are saying that 25 km/h, but it is wrong. The answer is you need to use average speed is total distance traveled by total time taken. So there distance will be speed into time taken. Then if in case if you are considering that it travel a distance x, because equal distance it travels in with a velocity v. So what is the time taken will be? So time taken will be distance traveled by speed. Distance traveled is x with 20 km/h. Distance traveled x by 30 km/h. So therefore, then you are going to observe that what could be the total time taken will be 50 by 600. That is total distance is, if you are going to substitute that one, you will get the value of 24 km/h. 24 km/h. But you calculated by using a simple method that adding and dividing by 2, 25. So that's why I told you earlier that before finding average speed or average velocity, you need to remember that formula. Average speed or average distance, average velocity is total distance traveled by total time taken. If you are applying these rules, you are going to get correct exact value as 24 km/h. Now come to the next question. A body start from rest, move with constant acceleration for a time t. It travels a distance x1 in first half time and x2 in the next half time. The first half time x1 distance, next half time x2 distance. Time is same. Time is same and the distance is also same with a constant acceleration, because it is moving with a constant acceleration. Then they are saying that how they are related, because it is accelerated. So how much x1 times or x2 times it is. So to understand this one, I just wrote that one in a board and I just copied that one. You remember that if you know a distance traveled in the time, half time, so that is half a t by 2 whole square. So that is half a t square by 4. So here we have another one distance traveled or velocity concept that you can consider. V is equal to a into t by 2. If you're going to consider the distance is x is equal to 1 by 2 a t square. What could be the velocity? Acceleration into time. Acceleration into time is a into t by 2. So if I'm going to consider or substitute this one with an initial velocity expression, x2 is equal to v, that is vt by 2 plus half a t square by 4. So that means, so what could be the value of x2 will be at by 2 plus t by 2 plus half at square by 4. So that is approximately 3 by 2 at square by 4. If I'm going to replace this one with the first expression x1, that is 1 by 2 at to the power of 4 by 2. That means here I'm just going to remove 3. That means 1 by 2 at square by 4. That could be is equal to, what is the expression becomes? X2 will be 3 times that of the x1. See, here I used and conditioned that distance traveled by the body with initially at rest. So that's why I consider S is equal to ut plus at square. Remember, one shortcut method is there. When they are going to say initial velocity is 0 and it travel a distance, please use S is equal to ut plus at square relation. Then that could be easier for you to solve the questions. Okay, student? Okay, now coming to the next questions, which is based on slope of the curve. The velocity taking graph of two bodies A and B as shown in figure, then the acceleration A and B are in the ratio. So they are asking to find out acceleration. Remember, velocity time graph, what it says. The slope of the velocity time graph, slope is nothing but y-axis by x-axis. Y-axis is velocity, x-axis is time. The slope of velocity time gives you acceleration. So that's why for A, acceleration is tan of, because slope is nothing but tan theta. Tan of 25 degrees. Tan of 25 degrees. Similarly, if I'm going to consider for a B, see, remember here, from x-axis you need to consider the angle. If you're going to consider from y-axis, then you need to find out the slope here. So that's why, what could be the angle? If this is 40 is there, means remaining angle will be 50, because total angle is 90. If this is 40 means remaining will be 50. So that's why the value comes tan of 50. So this will be the answer for the option. First one will be the right one. So the velocity time graph of A and B, where acceleration of A is tan of 25 and acceleration of B is tan of 50, because the angle this one made with the x-axis is 50. Okay, so tan of 25 and tan of 50. Now coming to the next question. See here, a body fall freely for 10 seconds. A body is falling freely 10 seconds. Its average velocity during the journey. They are asking that it is falling freely under gravity. They are asking to find out average velocity during the journey. Here, they are not given any another data. Only they are given time of falling and acceleration. They are given time and acceleration due to gravity. They are asking to find out average velocity. How to find out it? Very simple. You're supposed to use S is equal to ut plus half at square. As I told you that if it is falling means initially it should be rest. So that's why S is equal to ut plus half at square. In the place of at, because it is falling, G value will be positive. If it is moving upward, okay, someone is asking that how tan comes in the previous question. Please, 2 seconds. I'm just going to explain you. Say, remember one thing. What is slope? Slope is nothing but tan of theta. Slope is nothing but tan of theta. What is slope of velocity time is y-axis by x-axis. The ratio of y-axis to the x-axis is called as tan theta. So that's why here we are supposed to use tan of theta. I think so you got that answer that you asked. Okay, now coming to this question where you're going to substitute g value as 10 and time they are given the 10 seconds and initially which is at rest. So therefore the average velocity is distance traveled by time taken. So what is the distance traveled? So that distance traveled is calculated using the distance covered relation. S is equal to ut plus rpt square. Using that relation, distance traveled is 500 meter and time taken is 10 seconds. So that value comes 50 meter per second is the right answer. Now go to the next question. It is quite similar to the first question that I discussed. A car moving with a velocity 20 meter per second stopped in a distance of 40 meter. If the same car is traveling double its velocity, the distance traveled by it for same retardation. See, what I think happens is initially velocity is 20, distance it required to stop will be 40 meters. Or someone is asking some question. Fourth question, I explain once again. So please, students, when I'm explaining slowly. That's why. Please look into the concept clearly. Then you can easily get through it. See, the question is the body fall freely for 10 seconds. Its average velocity during the journey. They are asking average velocity. To find out average velocity, we require distance traveled by time taken. Of course, we have time taken. We doesn't know distance traveled. If a body starts from rest, traveling a distance for 10 seconds, then the distance traveled expression that you can use was s is equal to ut plus half at square, where initial velocity is 0, then s is equal to half into g values 10 and time t. If you're going to substitute these values and solve for distance traveled is 500 meter. So distance traveled by time taken is for 10 seconds. So that's why answer will be 50 meter per second. So this is what the answer 50 meter per second. Okay, next one. A car is moving with velocity 20 meter per second, stops in a distance of 40 meter. If the same car is traveling the double the velocity, what could be the distance covered? See how distance and velocity depends. Using equations of motion, v square is equal to u square plus 2as. When you are going to put a brake, final velocity will be 0. When it stops, final velocity is 0. So that's why initial velocity I'm going to consider u square. That means it is traveling with the initial velocity 20 meter per second. Then it takes a distance 40 meter. How distance and velocity depends? Distance depends on square of the velocity. If velocity is doubled, distance covered will be 4 times. Distance covered will be 4 times. So that's why distance covered in the first concept when it is moving with a 20 meter per second is 40 meter. When velocity is doubled, 20 become 40 meter per second velocity, the distance covered will be 4 times. That means 40 into 4, that is 160 meter distance it covers. Hopefully you got this answer for this question, where you are going to use average velocity concept, they are saying that it is not necessary to convert minute to seconds. Yes, you need to convert minute to second. There is no minute which is mentioned. So what about short break? It will be the okay, fine. I don't think so. It is time. Okay, fine. Just another one question I am just going to discuss. I mean, later I will going to give you a break. Nothing to worry, because it is break is at 5:50. Okay. 10 minutes I'm going to give you the break. Now go to the next question. Now observe here, a graph is given. So which is very easy question actually, but when you are going to understand this one, someone become confused. Initially, you know that slope. What is meant by slope? It is a line which is drawn along an XY plane, so that what angle it made by the x-axis. Here, a particle show a distance time curve shown in the figure. The maximum instantaneous velocity of the particle as around the point. So if you are going to look into this graph, you can see there will be a P point is there will be a Q point, there will be a R point, and there will be S point. If you are going to write a straight line, of course, how the straight line will be there, you can see this is one the straight line. This is a tangent which will be drawn. So this, if you are going to draw for a straight line for Q point, it could be like this. And if you are drawing for an R straight line, it could be like this, because it's a tangent. The tangent that you are going to draw over here, it could be like this, and for S it could be like this. See, if you are going to draw the tangent at P, Q, R, and S, in all these places, what I think happens to the slope? If you are looking to that each and every one concept, in P it is quite horizontal is there. If I'm going to consider for an Q point, it could be quite horizontal compared to P. When it comes to the next one R, it is slope is much more is there. So the angle made with the x-axis is very much more. So that's why in point R we have maximum instantaneous velocity, because what the thing happens when you are going to take a slope, which one slope is larger, the value of velocity will be larger. That means distance traveled by time taken depends on what? The ratio of distance time traveled by time taken, it is nothing but velocity. When the ratio will be larger is at R point, it could be larger. Okay. You can see that answer for this one question is very simple. Third option is the right answer. Okay. Students, I think so. Another 5 minutes are there, so that's why I'm just going to explain another one question. Then later on, we're just going to take a break. No problem at all. This is a question which is based on converting one graph to another graph. One graph means if you are going to consider if you are going to consider a graph which is tells you regarding one data. So if you are looking into this graph, a graph of velocity versus time, what it actually says is velocity goes on, decreases with respect to distance. See, distance, velocity, and position for a particle moving along a straight line, which is given. The graph showed variation of acceleration. How the variation of acceleration? See, if it travel at positions 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meter, 4 meter, 5 meter, with a decreasing velocity means what happens to the acceleration? If I'm going to consider all the four graphs, in all the four graphs, what happens to the velocity value with respect to distance? Velocity value will be decreasing, but what happens to the acceleration value? What is acceleration? It's a change of velocity with respect to time. If from O to x-axis it is moving like an decreasing velocity, what about the acceleration? How acceleration is going on? See how acceleration depends on velocity, directly proportional. So that's why acceleration also decreases. But here, which one formula or which one thing that you need to identify? Because if I'm going to consider for fourth one, acceleration is constant. That's why you not need to take this option. Elimination method I'm going to use here. Fourth option is not there. Let us see that. See, when answering the questions, there are many methods to answer. It's like Kaun Banega Karodpati, like that. You can imagine that. You can use first elimination method, so that if you are confusion means that two options will be eliminated. Then you can judge using remaining two options. So first one is fourth option will be not there, because here the graph shows that velocity acceleration is constant and negative is there. Acceleration is not constant and negative is there because it's distance traveled with respect to velocity. So that's why it is not constant. When it comes to the third one graph, see, acceleration initially minus value is there, then -2 is there, -3 is there, -4 is there, like that. It's going to be changes. What it actually indicates, value is first large is there, acceleration is large is there, then later on goes on decreasing when you are going to see the graph. Okay, so when it comes to the second one graph, acceleration goes on decreases. When it comes to the first one graph, see, you can see that acceleration is very small and it's going to be increased with respect to distance. See here, in all these four options, which options that you are going to observe is here they are given that sorry, fourth option, because with respect to distance, acceleration is negative and going to be decreasing uniformly, constantly. So that's why acceleration remains constant and it is negative. Negative sign indicates that decreasing. So that's why acceleration is negative. Fourth option will be the right answer for this one. Next one, this one.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
So shall we take a break for 15 minutes?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. It's
Okay.
5:50.
Yeah, it's 5:50. We'll continue at 6:05 again.
Again, okay, fine, sir. Fine.
Yes, sir. Sir, so the topic which you are covering after the break, so you can just discuss it with them now, like this topic you are going to discuss in the next.
So I'm going to discuss the same concept, motion in straight line. Later on, we are going to discuss motion in plane concept. So right now I'm discussing motion in straight line concept. So after this one, we are going to discuss motion in plane concept. So that is a fourth chapter in first PUC. Okay, students?
All right, sir. Okay, so students, I hope the session was very useful for you. You understood all the terms, whatever sir taught. So accordingly, please be in the session. I know it is a free session and it is for 4 hours. So you guys feel lazy. It's a summer time. You have holidays. Some don't feel like studying, but trust me, guys, these sessions are going to be very useful for you guys. So please don't waste it like that just by letting the screen on, doing your own work, not attending the class, not paying attention. So that is not a way. You have to be attentive in the sessions. So that will help you in excelling your CET exams or NEET exams or JEE exams, whatever it is. So this will help you a lot. So I request you guys to be in the session, continue with us for 30 days, and you will definitely get the good results out of it. And I also request you guys to share it with your friends, your classmates who are willing to join, who are not able to join the session. They are not getting any other opportunities for joining, who are like in need of these sessions. So please do that. Also, you guys will get the joining link for WhatsApp joining links. Also, I'll share in the chat box. I'll share the recorded session link. I'll share the session joining link also. So please be with us for 30 days and you will definitely will get the good results out of it. And in meanwhile, if you guys have any questions, any queries related to subjects, related to your career, related to any guidance you require, you can ask me directly here. If you are not feeling good to share it here, so you can directly text me on WhatsApp or you can call me directly. I will be able to answer you anytime. Thank you guys. So please be in the session. We'll continue at 6:05 again. So please have your tea, snacks, and be attentive in the session. Don't leave the session like that.
Welcome to the School of Engineering at Dayanand Sagar University, main campus, Harohaldi, Kanakpura Road, Bangalore. A place that values research, innovation, and creativity. Our industry-aligned curriculum offers a blend of theoretical knowledge, practical experience, academic projects, and internships for a rewarding career in engineering. With an interdisciplinary approach, you can explore your interests by selecting open electives. The on-campus innovation labs, led by professors of practice, provide immersive learning and expertise to find the best solutions to real industry problems and give a different dimension to the students' mini and major academic projects. Our Center for Entrepreneurship supports startup opportunities and provides a perfect platform to launch your next big idea into successful ventures. We also prepare you for advanced studies in the latest futuristic technologies. Our BTech programs offer the perfect combination of academic rigor and functional experience in this ever-evolving technological landscape of the future. Experience a whole new world of academic excellence in a global environment. Dayanand Sagar University. Live the dream.
Yes, students, any questions, any doubts you want to ask? Feel free to contact me. How many of you guys are planning to take engineering? Please raise your hands. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nice. So we are going to get good engineers out of it. 10, 11. Nice, good engineers. So we'll have a good team of engineers coming up in few years. Okay. So other than that, how many are planning to take pharmacy? Please raise your hand. Pharmacy, anyone? 2. Only 2 pharmacists? Now only 1? Okay. Who are all trying for MBBS? We had good competition in doctors also. How many for other paramedical courses? Nursing, physiotherapy. Only 1. Okay, good. So I hope you guys have planned your universities where you want to get placed, or you guys are looking for universities like who are giving NEET. So they want to definitely try for IIT. Other than that, people don't find colleges for IIT. So I recommend that, yeah, IIT is definitely good, but there are like less chances of getting in IIT because there are so many students applying daily. like every year for IIT, and there are limited seats for that. So you should also find a good alternative for the universities also. So as of comparison in Bangalore, we are the #1 university, DSU, which provides good placements also in future and provides excellent knowledge about everything. So those who are from Bangalore can definitely join DSU. For that, we need to give, you guys need to give DSET exams. So DSET exams are after 13th May. Like one DSET has been done and 2 more DSETs are upcoming. So it will provide you scholarship, which will compensate from your for your educational fees. Aisha, yes, actually you're confusing aerospace and CSC, which is better. See, everything is better. It just depends on what you are good at. If you are good at aerospace, you should definitely go for it. It has a good scope. And if you are good at CSC, you should go for CSC. The thing which you can excel, you should go for it. You should never get confused with it. If you are like too good in aerospace and you understand aerospace better than CSE, then you shouldn't stop yourself for going for aerospace. Any other questions, guys, regarding your college, your career, what you are confused at, and if you are not able to take any decisions regarding your exams, your selection of university, selection of your courses, you can talk to me now. You are interested in both and you are not able to choose what will be better. See, as of now, I see aerospace is better. That's a good scope. More than CSE, because we have many CSE engineers out there, and it's like a competition between them. Aerospace is also increasing nowadays, but yeah, you could get a better placement for aerospace. Students, I know many of you are not like really open here because it's live session and you can't share your details here. So it's fine. You can't hear, then you can just text me on WhatsApp for any queries. I'll clear it there. But don't be stressed regarding your exams because it's very easy actually. It's very easy. You just need focus in this 30 days program, and you don't need to take so much of hectic work in your mind that I need to study a lot. How can I complete my syllabus? It's 2 year syllabus completely. I need to study, and again I need to just go and write the exam. So you don't have to think so much if you're attending this 30 days program, because in this our teachers, our experts, they'll give you good techniques, tips, tricks, how to solve your questions, how to like finish it within few minutes, seconds, whatever it is. So please be in the session. What I am only asking you guys, because many of you guys get dozed off like, yeah, I'm bored, it's 4 hours, how can I say it? So shouldn't think like that. Hard work, every time it pays off. Just keep in mind. Nothing to worry, you guys will do it, I know. Getting paid from both of them is like, you get good salary if you are good at it. If you are the best in that batch, you get good pay. There are my friends who did aerospace, and now they are earning around 9 LPA, 10 LPA. So good pay. CSC also they are getting 6 LPA, 8 LPA. Some are getting 12 LPA. Recently from our college, Dayanand Sagar University, one of them got placed in some company, I don't remember the name, but they were getting 26 LPA from CSC department. So everything pays good. You just need to focus, that's all. You need to keep in mind that, yeah, I need to study. And other than that, whatever you want to do, you want to enjoy your life, you want to go somewhere, you want to do party, you want to chill out with your friends, everything you can do. It just, the main part is what you are going to do is just studying. Only 4 years of hardships, and then you will get to know what you did, what hardships you did, and what you're getting now. You will get the worth at that time, not now. You won't understand. And in these 4 years, you'll be like, yeah, so boring. Yeah, daily I have to come to college. I need to study. Teachers are giving so much of assignments, project works. I'm so stressed. And upar se there are so many college events. You need to participate in that for your curricular activities, for a resume. So many things are there. So including when you take all those pressure and you handle it and you just excel in that. So after that, when you go in the corporate world or you start your own business, you are the master of that. You won't feel that, yeah, it is not that stressful. So it is like that. Any other questions? Anyways, it's 1 minute left. Anyone wants to ask anything, you can ask. After 6:05, we'll start the session. Meanwhile, in between, I'll share you guys the all the links, required links for your references, like WhatsApp joining link. Who haven't joined the WhatsApp group yet, so please join the WhatsApp group. We are not sure about the mails, like we are going to send you the notes because PDFs are so much that we can't just make a we will not be able to share so many of PDFs in Gmail. So it's better we will share it you on WhatsApp group. So it will be easier for everyone to download it from there, because mail sometimes it goes into spam, sometimes the mail ID is getting incorrect. So we have to send the mail at once, like for everyone. So that's why that is the issue. So please join the WhatsApp group. And my contact details are also in that. You can find my contact details there. You want any problem, anything is there, you can just contact me. Okay, so let's get back to the session. Anything is there, please be in the session. We'll talk at the end of the day. Okay, so let's start with the session. Vinay sir. Vinay sir. Vinay sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So we'll start the session now, sir.
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Yes.
1 minute. Yes.
Okay, sir. Just a minute, sir. Students have shared all the required links in the chat box. Please go through it. And if you're not able to open that link, please let me know. I'll share it again. All right. Okay. Okay, so you can continue, sir. Thank you.
Okay, students. So welcome back, students, to the session. We left in the last session with I think so at the question number 4th one. Sorry, 5th is also over. I think so 6th is also over. Okay, 7th one done. We come to the 8th one question. See, this is a question which is asked in the 2020, which is on the CET paper. It is a concept which is related to relativity theory. See, a motor station, at a motor station, a girl walks up stationary escalator. So that means you just imagine a metro or in a railway station, there is an escalator is there, or in a mall, escalator is there. It takes 20 seconds to reach the top when the escalator is off. That means escalator is not working. If she remains stationary, that means when you are stepping into the escalator and the escalator is working, means it takes 30 seconds to move up the girl from bottom to top. So see, she is traveling the same distance in 20 seconds, and escalator will take that girl to the same place with a velocity of 30 seconds. With a time of 30 seconds. So they are saying that the time taken by her to walk up on the moving escalator, if in case escalator is working, and also she wants to move as soon as possible to reach upstairs. So what could be the time taken to reach up there? So to calculate this one, there will be a shortcut formula that I have given here. T is equal to T1, T2 by T1 plus T2. Otherwise, you can see in the problem, you can see that. So the girl is here, from here to here. If she is traveling in an escalator, if I'm going to draw the escalator like this, okay, fine. Yeah, just imagine that this is an escalator. From here to here, the body is moving. First, distance is constant here. Let us consider the distance. First, if she is moving with a time of 20 seconds, means with a time of 20 seconds, distance traveled by time, time is, that means she is moving with a velocity v1. So this is the girl's velocity. Okay. When you are going to consider the escalator is moving, only girls is standing, means the same distance x is traveled with a time of 30 seconds. So now you can observe that this velocity is of the escalator velocity. See, in the next step, we'll observe that both which one, both escalator is also moving and girl is also moving in the same direction. Both are moving in the same direction. Then which type of velocity that you need to consider? Is that velocity will be added up or velocity will be subtracted? Say, your task is to reach from ground to the top. If escalator is off, means you need to suppose to walk up. Escalator is running, means that going to be carried. If both things happens, means it takes in a shorter time. So that's why if you are going to add up this velocity, if you are going to find out the average velocity, what is average velocity? Distance traveled. Total distance traveled is x. X will be the distance traveled by total time taken. See, here there will be two velocities that you are going to observe. So if you are going to add them, t1 plus t2. So here, if you are going to take the time t1 as 30 seconds, and a velocity will be v1 plus v2. Here, velocity v1, I am going to consider the velocity of the girl and velocity of the escalator. If you are going to add up both of them, then the time taken will be given. As you know, that velocity is distance traveled by time taken, and time taken is distance traveled by velocity. Using this relation, you can find out. See, here velocity v1, I am going to write it as x by 30. Velocity v2, I am going to write it as x by 20. What you can take common factor is x. X cancel. 1 divided by 1 by 20 plus 1 by 30. If you are taking an LCM and solving this one, by putting the values, you will get 12 seconds. The answer for this one is 12 seconds is the right answer, so that she can reach to the another end. Okay, students, I think so you got an idea regarding this question, which is, as I mentioned in the second one concept. Second one concept, that is second one chapter in first PUC concept, that is motion in straight line. I think so you got the idea. Which are the concept that is important? Say here, first thing, I'm giving complete idea regarding how the questions are arised, on which concept the questions are arised. First, you need to thoroughly understand whatever may be the question papers. Remember, nimage munde ondina IAS exam or KS exams ನೀವು ಬರಿಬಹುದು. You may take IAS or KS exams. ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಏನಪ್ಪಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಯೂ ಇಯರ್ಸ್ ಗಳದ್ದು ಒಂದು 5-6 ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಪೇಪರ್ಸ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಅನಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಆನ್ ವಿಚ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ಆಸ್ಕ್ ದಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್. ಯಾವ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಥರವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅದನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಈಸಿಲಿ ಸಾಲ್ವ್. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಟೈಪ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೋಷನ್, ಯೂನಿಫಾರ್ಮು, ಆಕ್ಸಿಲರೇಟೆಡ್ ಆರ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಫ್ರೀಲಿ ಫಾಲಿಂಗ್, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಮಚ್ ಮೋರ್ ಫೋಕಸ್ಡ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ average velocity, kinetic theory of gases, relative velocity, speed. Either the concept of basis mele, they are highly dependent on this chapters. I hope you got an idea about this chapter. Yes, I'm going to discuss much more questions on this chapter. First of all, I just want to clarify these 3 chapter concepts. Then later on, we'll discuss much more questions on this chapter. Because this is a first class, you need to understand this is a completely online classes. When you are going to be an online classes, it could be appear to be a difficulty to interact. Don't worry. If you have any queries, you just share with us. If you have any doubts, if you found any problems which is finding difficulty you to solve in your home, you just send those things. We will solve it. We'll clarify that one. And also, if you need some other study materials also, I will provide you. No, don't worry about those things. Clear, students? I hope I'm going to stop right now of second session as third chapter, motion straight line concept. We'll move to the next concept called as motion in plane. So motion in plane, which is also continued part of kinematics in the third one chapter. Is the screen is visible, students? Please raise your hand. Yes, okay, fine. So just if you raise your hand, that is enough for me. So now observe that the concepts that comes, see, in this chapter, especially when I am going to explain this one, this chapter mainly I'm going to divide it into 3 parts. Motion in plane is divided into 3 parts. One is projectile motion, another thing is scalars and vector concept, another one is circular motion. See, you can look into that concept first. What is scalar quantity and vector quantity? To understand motion in plane, we require at least 2 axes. One is x-axis and y-axis to represent position, velocity, acceleration, these concepts. So that's why when we are understanding these concepts, first of all, we need to understand what is meant by vector. So what is vector? A quantity which has magnitude and also direction. That is called as vector. If I'm going to say that temperature means, what you are going to say? Room temperature or temperature. Where the temperature is there? In a room. That means there is no direction, specific direction is there. Is it in the north direction or it's up or down? Here not, we are going to consider the direction. Here we are going to consider only magnitude. Only magnitude. There is no direction which we are going to consider in scalar quantity. When you are going to consider for vector quantity, there we need to consider both direction and also magnitude. Say quantity which has both magnitude and direction is force, velocity, like that you are going to consider. See, velocity concept could be represented in different concept. Here, distance or distance traveled. So that could be represented by position or displacement. So what is position? So position of any vector quantity is the position from its origin, from center of intersection of two axes, from x-axis where it is, from y-axis where it is. That's what a thing that you are going to understand. To know about few concepts about these things, I just want to share another one screen. I'm just going to stop the sharing of this screen. Just a few seconds. I'm just going to share another one screen, which is a formula list. Just a second, students, it is uploading. It is in PDF, where it is. Yes. Yes, students, it is visible. Students, is it visible? Please can raise your hand. Okay, fine. So I got that. Okay, it is in kinematics. These things already I discussed earlier. Okay, see, this is what distance and displacement, which has already I discussed. The concept of vector representation. Here, I'll just give an idea how displacement from one point to another point could be represented. Say here, and average distance is also how it's going to be represented. You can hear RA and RB are the arbitrary positions in 3 dimension. Actually, it is represented. So if they are going to consider, but in graph they are showing in 2 dimension. In a point, RA is a arbitrary position which is represented in x1 I cap plus y1 j cap plus z1 k cap. So it means that it is the position initially x1 from the x-axis, y1 from the y-axis, and z1 from the z-axis. Similarly, another one point RB, which is moving from A to B, the particle will be x2, y2, and z2 on this position. Then the distance formula. What is the distance formula in distance traveled or position formula in that one is means in axis you need to consider from origin to the point, and distance traveled means from A to B. What could be the distance traveled? To find out that one, x2 minus x1 I cap plus y2 minus y1 j cap and z2 minus z1 k cap that you are going to use. So here average distance, average speed will be considered or calculated using this same relation. If you want to find out average velocity, directly you can differentiate that one with respect to time. You are going to get the velocity acceleration of those formula. See, now you can observe that in simple definition that displacement differentiate ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಏನ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ velocity. If the velocity is differentiated, acceleration you got. If you are going to integrate reversely, you are going to get acceleration. Integration gives you velocity, velocity integration gives you displacement. Okay, now coming to the another one concept, which is equations of motions, which are already discussed. This is also already I discussed in the last session answering. So when it comes to the motion in plane, swimming, it's an example. Okay, fine. Vectors. Coming to that one, problems. When I'm going to discuss the formula problems, there will be a certain problems are there where you are going to understand how this yes. In kinematics, we found certain problems in motion of body under gravitation. So there you will observe that if a body is thrown vertically upward or it is projected vertically upward, how the distance traveled will be, and how what's the time it's going to be reaches, and what is the velocity that is going to be reaches to the ground if it's thrown upward. So here is an different cases. Maximum height attained by a body when it is thrown vertically upward is u square by 2g. How it comes? To understand this one, we need to know about that motion in projectile motion. There, how these motions could be explained using projectile concept. Yes. Here you can observe that the expression for maximum height when you are throwing a body with an angle of inclination or with a vertical angle. To understand that one, we supposed to use this formula h is equal to u sine square theta by 2g, where it could be derived from the same equation s is equal to ut plus half et square, or otherwise you can use projectile motion concept where you are going to observe the trajectory of projectile is a parabola. So trajectory of projectile is a parabola. Using that concept, we are going to understand projectile motion where height, range, time of flight will be explained. Okay. I just give you another one screen. Okay, student. Now you can look into that one. In projectile motion, here you can observe that time, height, range, time of flight. How to remember this formula? Because if you remember these three formula, definitely the questions will be arising from these concepts. And also there are another concepts are there where you are going to understand parallelogram law of vector, triangular law of vector. To understand maximum height, range, time of flight, you arrange them in an order with an alphabetical order H, R, T. You can see that there will be a 3 2's which are given here. In the height, range, there are 2 2's, and in time of flight, you'll observe that 1 2 is provided. Actually, range value is u square sine 2 theta. It is not square, it is mistaken here. U square sine 2 theta by g. When it comes to the height, maximum height, u square sine square theta by 2g, and time of flight will be 2u sine theta by g. In all the things, the common factor is u sine theta by g, u sine theta by g, u sine theta by g. If arranging them in an order of alphabetical, h comes first, then r comes first, next, and then comes next is a time of flight. So if you are going to arrange them 3 2's, 2 2's, and 1 2's, if you are writing that one in a order, definitely you will remember this formula for a long time. So this is what formulas comes in projectile motion. When it comes to the vectors, where there will be a different types of vectors that you are going to understand. One type is zero vector, unit vector, equal vectors. So this is what commonly used. What is a zero vector? Is nothing but a magnitude is zero. That means if a body acted with two forces in opposite direction, one side is 2 Newton, another side is 2 Newton. So what could be the Okay, someone is asking, Likit, please do forward this PDF to sir. Okay, fine. I will forward that one. That's an AI free source that is available. Nothing to worry about that one. I will share you that one also. So there, the concepts are separately made slides. Each formulas are separately written. So if you are having this one, I have made a full complete chapter in a one page. The complete chapter will be displayed in one page so that easily you can recall the complete chapter. You can see here in the motion in plane, vector concepts, types of vectors are there, position vectors, what could be the velocity vector, what could be the acceleration vector, how they are going to represent, and vector addition, triangular law of vector, parallelogram law of vector, how the vector is subtracted, and also how the vectors are multiplied. So like that, you will observe that all the concepts is provided in one sheet. I'm going to share you all this material, nothing to worry about that one, especially this one, because if you have a printout of this one, when you are going to solve the questions or somewhere, if you are going to remember these formulas, if you are going to recall these formulas, then it is easier for you to tackle the questions. Okay, fine. So now coming to the next concept is parallelogram law of vector, that you very well known, and subtraction of two vectors. So a minus b could be written as addition of a plus of minus b. That is what the thing vector representation is there. If it is in first axis a plus b, negative vector is in the third quadrant. So like that you can represent the subtraction of two vectors. And comes to the another one concept of circular motion. In circular motion, there will be a uniform circular motion we are going to consider. There is a uniform circular motion is there that we are going to discuss in Newton's laws of motion. In uniform circular motion, there will be a concept called angular displacement, angular velocity, and angular acceleration. What is angular displacement? Simple. Like linear displacement, how a body moves in a straight line. In rotation motion, it travels a certain angle. That's what the angular displacement. See, angular displacement changes with respect to time. That means that shows some changes in velocity angularly. So that's why we are going to consider angular velocity. Another one, if the angular velocity is changing with respect to time, then you observe that angular acceleration. So like that, you can see here uniform circular motion, their angular displacement, angular velocity, and angular acceleration are similarly linked as linear motion, velocity, linear motion, velocity, linear motion, acceleration, and displacement concept. Now, another one concept called centripetal force. What is centripetal force is, therefore, centripetal acceleration is the acceleration which is acting always towards the center of the circle. Sorry. Okay, someone has asked, sir, where will you send the material? Okay, I share with the Anish sir. Sir will be sharing in a WhatsApp group. Nothing to worry. Don't worry, we'll share you the material. And also I'll share you. Remember, today I'm going to share you a material. You need to answer those material. Whatever may be thing, it may be wrong or right. Because why I'm saying this one is, I've discussed 3 chapters. I'm providing 30 questions. If you're not putting effort for those 30 questions, final exam also you're not going to put effort. If you are right now, by focusing only these 3 chapters, every day I'm going to give you 3 chapters along with 30 questions. So if you are going to analyze those 30 questions, it could be easier for you to understand the concept. And also, if you have a doubt while starting the next day's sessions, when I'm going to take the next day's sessions, I'm definitely resolving those questions, those 30 questions. After resolving those 30 questions, I'm going to tell you the next concept, so that it could be easier for you to revise, recall, and reproduce the answers. If they are repeatedly arrived in the examination, definitely you can you easily reproduce those answers. Remember these things in your mind. So when you have sessions, please focus on those sessions, and what are the guidance we are going to provide, please follow, because they have a lot of experience to while explaining the students regarding these competitive examination, and also they have many successive stories. The students follow those instructions. So that's why we are telling you follow our instruction. Definitely you will go through it. If you need further study material means you suppose you can ask whichever type of material we will provide. Nothing to worry about that one, because we have a plenty of material with along with the NCERT solution, MTG. Many books are there, which is in soft copies are there. But the thing is, remember that this is not a right time, because if you have a less time, within 30 days, 40 days, you need to prepare whole chapters, not only physics, chemistry, maths, biology, all you need to discuss. So that's why you focus on up to the point rather than turnovering a 20-30 pages for these concepts. You just look into this page, memorize the concept which are related to the chapters, try to solve the many number of questions which are provided by sorry, us to you. Okay, now coming to the next questionnaire parts we are going to. Is it audible, student? Please raise your hands. Yeah, fine, thank you. Now, so very simple question. See, this is a memory based question. Which one of the following is not vector quantity? If you know that types of vectors and examples of vectors, we can easily remember momentum, weight, potential energy, and nuclear spin. Which one is not a vector quantity? Remember, is that energy is a vector quantity? Is that energy has a direction? No. Momentum has a direction. It may be a dipole momentum, or it may be a momentum has a direction. Weight is also has a direction. That is, weight is acting towards the gravitation, earth center. So that's why it's a direction. Nuclear spin, it also already know that it would be a plus half spin, minus half spin. Using that one, we will understand Pauli's exclusive principle. We are going to discuss how the nucleus atoms, electrons are arranged in the nucleus, like that. Here, potential energy will be the answer, which doesn't has a direction. So that's why we are going to identify which one is not a vector quantity. It is not a vector quantity, potential energy. Next question is, a stone is thrown vertically at a speed of 30 meters per second. Takes an angle of 45 with the horizontal. What is the maximum height reached by the stone? So remember here, what are the things that they are provided? Someone has asked question. Centripetal also is to go in the center. Why do you feel that they are thrown out of this? Okay. See, Inchara is asking a question. Centripetal force is directed towards the center. So why do we feel that we are thrown away from the center of car? Goes around a curve. Okay, fine. This could be a very much interesting question. You may know that in a God section also you will observe that your car is attached to the road firmly, and that is moving with a centripetal acceleration. That's why the car is going to be bent towards the center. Now, to balance that centripetal force, if you are moving in a curved path, there will be a centripetal force which is acting towards the center. There will be existence of centrifugal force also. You'll observe in a chemistry also, there is a centrifuger is there. We'll observe that if you are going to rotate in a cyclic order, some quantity will be pulled inward and some quantity will be thrown outward. So there will be existence of equal and opposite forces everywhere in the universe according to the Newton's third law of motion. So there will be a centrifugal force is there, means centrifugal force is also there. So if in case the centrifugal force is more compared to centripetal force, definitely car is also going to be skid. So that's we are going to understand in laws of motion in the next sessions, next chapter also. There is a concept called friction, centripetal, centrifugal force. Nothing to worry. For your question, right now the answer will be it's a centripetal and centrifugal force are different and it exists in the same body. So that's why car and you are moving in the same velocity, but you experience both the forces. So car experiences centripetal force, you experience centrifugal force. So Prajwal is asking that, sir, which are the main important formula in this chapter? Say, remember, I prefer in this chapter, main important formula is centripetal acceleration. And those three formula, height, range, time of flight. You should know about these three formula very firmly, and then only you can understand the concept. Because as usual, already you know that parallelogram law of vector and scalar vector addition, vector subtraction. So that could be easier. And vector multiplication is there, which is not I have given here. So that comes in the next concept where we are going to observe in 3 dimension. There will be a torque also we are going to understand. There we are going to multiply vector, dot product of vector, cross product of vector. Let it be. But here for a projectile motion, these three formulas and centripetal acceleration, these concepts are quite important. Okay. Okay. Come to the next question. Yes, we are going to view. Okay. Prajwal questions is answered. Okay. Now, the question is, a stone is vertically thrown with a velocity. Its initial velocity they are given. They are given an angle also. The maximum height reached by the stone. What could be the maximum height reached by the stone? See here, which formula that you are going to use? In projectile motion, what is the expression for height? Height is u square sine square theta by 2g. As I told you earlier, if you are going to use this formula, you are going to obtain an expression maximum height. To find out maximum height, sine square 45 degree. What is the sine of 45? It is 1 by root 2. If you are going to square that one, it becomes 1 by 2. 1 by 2 is nothing but 0.5. So that's why u is initial velocity, that is 30 meter per second. Sine of theta, that is sine of 45 square, means 0.5. 2 into g. G value is approximately considered 10. Sometimes you are going to say that 9.8. Always don't consider 9.8 because in the competitive exams it's quite difficult to calculate because there is not allowed to carry a calculator. So that's why you just do a simple calculation using approximation method. This is 30 square into 0.5 and this is 102. So if you're going to simplify, approximately it's going to become 22.5. So the value of the answer for this question will be 22.5. So that is an right answer for the question. Okay, come to the next question. Similar type of question, which is in a different way. They are asked, an aeroplane execute a horizontal loop. So an aeroplane execute a horizontal loop at a speed of 720 km per hour. Say horizontal loop. It is not a vertical loop. Horizontal loop with velocity 720 km per hour. Say with its wings banked at 45 degrees. The wings is banked at 45 degrees. What is the radius of the loop? So they are asking to find out what is the radius of the loop. See, here you need to understand centripetal acceleration because it is banked. Banked means inclined to an angle 45 degrees. So that's why we're supposed to use a relation of radial loop, that is r is equal to v square by g into tan theta. So how it comes means when you are going to understand in a concept of body moving in a curved path, there we are going to understand this concept where you are going to get a relation v is equal to mu rg. Mu is coefficient of friction, r is radials, and g is acceleration due to gravity. In place of mu, we can use tan of theta, that is nothing but slope. That is a frictional ratio that we called as a kinetic friction or a static friction, coefficient of friction. So using that one, you can find out here. Theta is given. What is the banking of that banking means tilting of that wings of the aeroplane. So that's why tan of 45 we are going to consider, and v square velocity that they are given 720 km per hour. Maybe kilometer per hour is given there. So that's why you need to convert that one into meters. That comes 200 meters. Angle is 45 degrees. if you're going to solve this one by putting r is equal to 200 square in the place of g, you are going to place 10 into tan of 45 is 1. You should know about those standard values. Tan of 90, 45, tan of 0. If you are knowing that one, it is easier to solve. So it comes 400 meter. Approximately that could be written as 4 kilometer. Option second one is the right answer for this question. Okay, fine. Someone has asking the question that, sir, tell me about the frequently asking question and important formulas. So that's what I'm going to do today. Don't worry about because today I'm going to give you frequently asking questions and also important concepts. Tomorrow I'm going to give you the questions maybe asking in the future examination, because these in every year the questions are not repeating, but the concept may be repeating. So see, you can observe here there will be a twist in the question that there will be a radial distance they are asking. So now you can look into the next question. There you are going to observe again the same concept of rotation motion of a particle, where a particle is projected with a velocity v, so that horizontal range twice the greatest height attained the horizontal range is, then horizontal range value will be. See, what they're asking is a projectile projected with a velocity v, so that horizontal range is twice the greatest height attained. That means horizontal range r, you can see horizontal range r will be twice the greatest height h. R will be equal to h. Okay, fine. Let us see that answer. What could be the value that you are going to get? See, range value is u square sine 2 theta by g. That time I told you to make a correction of that one. Sine of 2 theta by g. 2 2's are there in range. In height, 3 2's are there. V square sine square theta by 2g. They are given a condition that range is twice that of the height. So that's why I'm going to just equate that one using this relation. Range is twice that of the height. R is equal to v square sine square 2 theta by g. See, if you are going to equate these two, v square cancel. Here sine 2 theta is there, sine square theta is there. So that's why what is the value that thing remains is, because when you are going to put in a r value and h value here, left hand side cancels. Sine 2 theta can be written as sine 2 theta. Just a second, I'll just take a pencil. Sine 2 theta can be written as, you know the formula, 2 sine theta into cos theta. Is it? 2 sine theta into cos theta. Here, 1 sine theta will be cancelled. 1 sine theta will be cancels, and this cos theta will come to the denominator to this one. So that means sine theta by cos theta becomes tan theta, and remaining thing is 2 here. So if you are going to substitute the values, so the value comes, range will be v square 4 by 5g. If you are going to substitute the values by substituting these equations, you are going to get the answer as, I'm going to just clearing that one, 4u square by 5g. Option fourth one is the right answer for this question. You just need to use range is twice that of the height. Using this one, calculate the equation, you'll just get the value in terms of range. Okay, now come to the question where you can know about that projectile and range concept. That you know that when a projectile is projected, it has an angle of projection, theta. And you know that if it is having a range r, when with an angle of 30-degree projection is there, you can observe that for 60-degree projection also, the range will be same. So you can see for 60-degree, what could be the range? Same range will be there for 30 degrees also. So that's why when you are going to consider In projectile motion, here they are given that the projectile ABC projected with an angle 30 degree, 45 degree, 60 degree respectively. RA, RB, RC are the ranges, ABC respectively. Then velocity of the projectile are same. All the velocities are same. Then which condition will be holds good? See, for an 30 degree and 60 degree, there will be a same projectile. And for 45 degree, we have maximum range is there. So that's why range is maximum at 45 degree. So you need to search that RBE should be larger. Which option is there? First option, you can see RB is larger than these two value, and at 30 degree range and 60 degree ranges are equal. So that's why RA is equal to RC, and which is greater than RB. Because for an angle of projection 30 degree and 60 degree, the projectile value will be same, because if I'm going to substitute the sine of 2 into 30, the value is sine of 60. Sine of 60 is root 3 by 2. And also if I'm going to substitute sine of 60 is 60 into 2, 120. That is nothing but 90 plus 30. So if you using allied angles, if you're going to solve this one, again the angle will be coming same, root 3 by 2. So that's why these two are equal and this one is larger. So that's why option 1 is the right answer for this one. I hope you understood this concept. Now we are going to next concept, next question. The component of vector r along x-axis will have a maximum value if, say, the component of vector r along x-axis will have a maximum value if r makes an angle 45 degrees with the axis. There is a correction is there, 45 degrees with the x-axis. R is along a negative y-axis, R is along positive y-axis, R is along positive x-axis. See, the component of vector r along x-axis has a maximum value. Which is the maximum value that you are going to observe? R is along positive x-axis has a maximum value. So that means if I am going to consider an vector r here, this could be the theta. The maximum value that you are going to find will be r cos theta in the x-axis. In the y-axis will be, if they are asking y-axis means r sin theta. So, but they are asking the question that r component of the component of r along x-axis will be maximum value for. They are asking for x-axis, so that's why it is along positive x-axis. It is along negative x-axis means you need to consider this angle. It could be smaller. Okay. Okay, fine. So let us go for the next one. So someone has asked question, please send the PDF. Sure, I'll send you. Don't worry. Again and again, I'm saying, students, don't repeat the request. Just request other things. If you doesn't know formula list, if you doesn't have an shortcut methods, so that I will give you chapter wise. Because if I'm going to say that, how you are going to remember? Just I give an idea. How you are going to remember height, range, time of flight. So you can remember this one formula with an easy method, that all the quantities are depend on u sin theta by g. U sin theta by g. This is also depend on u sin theta by g. We can look into that one. Here for an height, there will be a 3 2's. You just put that 3 2's here. 1 2 is here, which we need to give. Sorry, 1 2 is here. in the square, another 2 is in sine square, another 2 is near G that you need to give. In the range, you need to put 2 here, 2 theta, 2 2's are there. In the time of flight, you need to remember 2. So like that, you can remember this one. And also, you may know that when you are going to measure speed, velocity, time, then you'll observe that velocity is distance traveled by time taken. Suddenly, if I'm going to ask you that what is distance traveled, velocity into time taken. What is time taken? Distance traveled by velocity. If you found difficulty to remember that one, you just write the triangle like this and divide like this and put the value on this one. Like this is distance traveled, this is time, this is velocity. This is distance traveled, this is time taken, and this will be velocity. Velocity is equal to distance traveled by time taken. Distance traveled is equal to velocity into time taken. Then time taken is distance traveled by velocity. So you can easily correlate this one with a triangle. So that when you are going to write a formula, if you're writing this one, you need not to worry about to apply this one for this concept for this one only. You can use C is the concept called as a we called as that one charge in a conductor. Q is equal to CV, capacitor. Q is equal to CV. There also we can use V is equal to IR. There also can use IR. There also we can use that same concept. Similarly, power P is equal to V into I. So where the 3 variables are there, you can use this shortcut method to remember the formula, and you can convert in which form that you can want. Okay, fine. So there are many shortcut methods are there. I will provide you later on. Nothing to worry. First, you need to understand the concept. Then remember that how to reach the concept with shortcuts. Now, you'll observe that if A vector is perpendicular to B vector, then the value of alpha is. So I think so you are familiar with vectors in mathematics, especially second PUC mathematics. Vector concept is there dot product of vector, cross product of vector. If a vector has a perpendicular direction, so there we came across to know about that. So just a second, someone is asking some questions. Akshay Reddy, sir, previous year questions, how will you know that is it positive x-axis? Okay, in the previous questions. Okay, because we consider, because in the last questions we consider that they are asking to find out that along x-axis which one is smaller. I told you that from x-axis, if you are going to that axis, that will be a theta will be smaller. For negative x-axis, theta will be larger. So that's why we are going to say. Okay, then sir, to remember the formula, all different questions. Okay, second question from the Prajwal is that how to remember the formula for all the difficult questions. Remember, see, it's not remembering, it's a practicing. If I'm going to say that remember your mother, means definitely in your face your mother photo will reflects, not other mother's photo. So like that, if you are looking the formulas concept daily, if you are going to stick a chapter formula, at least a 5 to 6 formula in a chapter in different colors, and if you are looking daily in the examination hall, if you're closing in your eyes, now you can imagine that in the red color I wrote the current electricity chapter formula list, and all those formulas will be reflected back in your mind. How it is possible means it is just a page memory. If I'm going to say ball, means everyone will imagine different types of ball. When it comes to the mother, means definitely you imagine your mother's photo. So like that, you can remember the formula by practice. There is no medicine, there is no injection, so that you can get an formulas are injected to your body. There is no such an. If you are practicing, if you are looking those formulas daily, definitely you can remember. You may during the olden days, that means during your childhood, you found difficulty to reach your cycle also. You found that it's quite difficult. After practicing, you just how easy nowadays to drive the cycle. Like that, everything will be possible if you are practicing. So that's why practice is the right answer. So all the questions within given time. So, there is a question, Sanjay, who is asking, is it to manage to solve all the questions within given time? Of course, it is possible. You can left with the time also. Possibilities are there, but thing is, you need to practice, because I know that nobody has original question paper. Maybe you have an question paper which is provided by different coaching centers. Have you seen original question paper, how it could be and which color it is printed? I have a original question paper, so I will share that one also. Physics will be in saffron color or brown color, and chemistry is in black color printed. Biology is in green color printed. All the letters are green color printed, and mathematics is maybe in blue color that is printed. So like that, question papers will be different. And also you'll observe that in the question paper, Kannada version is also there. What you're going to do is the examination, rather than looking into the English version, you are going to read Kannada version, and you are spending time. Most of the students are spending time in reading twice or thrice questions without knowing the proper method how to solve that one. Remember, any questions, you should hold your pen in your hand, underline the given things, underline the concepts that they are provided. Then only you can solve that one. Then only you can analyze that question easily within a given interval of time. So that's why when you are going to solve the questions I am going to give you by sharing into the WhatsApp, just 30 questions you remember. In your meant with different, you may be met with the different places, but you just go to your any one place where you are going to get 30 minutes privacy, and just focus on those 30 minutes for reading the questions and try to answer the questions. First day it could be 10 questions or 20 questions. Don't worry about that one. Finally you can be able to answer the questions within time intervals. So that's why please practice well, then only you can solve that one. Okay, fine. Someone was asking, a body projectile horizontal moving with the same horizontal velocity undergoes action of force of why? Okay. Say this question will be asked in the next chapter, laws of motion. I come to know about that. Force will influence the projectile motion. Later on I will tell you how it is going to be influenced. Don't worry about that one. So right now we focused on vectors and projectile motion. Okay, answer is C. Good. Someone has already answered this one. Let us see that answer. They are provided that C. See, here the answer will be wrong. It is not C. Look into that answer. Here they are provided that A and B are two vectors. They are perpendicular condition. See, perpendicular means angle between them is 90 degrees. What is dot product of two vectors? If two vectors made dot product, A is a vector and B is another vector. If you are making dot product of two vectors, so what could be the value that you are going to get? A magnitude of A into magnitude of B into cos theta or sin theta. Cos theta or sin theta. Dot product of two vector, magnitude of A and magnitude of B. Someone has raised their hand and someone has typed the answer. Yes. Option B, option B, option B. Okay, fine. You are answering the option. I'm not asking option. Cos theta or sin theta. Just cos or sin for dot product. Dot product, cos theta. So what if it is perpendicular? If the angle is perpendicular, what is cos of 90? Cos of 90 is 0. So that's what I think. A dot B will be equal to 0. You need to consider A vector and B vector. If you are going to multiply dot product, that means they are perpendicular, means the product will be 0. So that's why you just multiply dot product. So just x, x, y, y, and z, z. If you are going to multiply and add them, 2 into 4, 8, sorry, 4 into 2, 8, plus 3 into minus 4 minus 12, 8 into alpha plus 8 alpha, that will be equal to 0. So minus 12 plus 8, that could be, you'll observe that minus 4. If you're going to move that one to the left hand side, right hand side, that becomes plus 4 divided by 8, that could be 0.5. So answer for this one question is 1. Sorry, 1 by 2. So let's move to the next question, students. We can see over there, and another one question is there, which is based on how the velocity and acceleration are there. See, the angle between the velocity and acceleration of the particle described uniform circular motion is. In a uniform circular motion, you'll observe that acceleration, how it is, on which direction it is acting, it is always acting towards the center in circular motion, uniform circular motion. And velocity, it is always directed outward at any point if you are going to consider. It could be acting tangentially to the curved path. So you can observe what could be the angle between the velocity and acceleration. It is 90 degrees because velocity direction is tangential to the circle and acceleration direction is towards the center. So that's why we found an angle of 90 degrees. So clear, students? Please raise your hand so that I can, in conclusion that, okay, fine. Thank you. You just made that one. Okay, fine. We'll move to the next question. Yeah. The trajectory of a projectile projected from origin is given by an equation y is equal to x minus 2x square by 5. Y is equal to x minus 2x square by 5. The initial velocity of the projectile is. What could be the initial velocity of the projectile? They're asking that initial velocity they are asking. See, this is a question which is based on a concept called trajectory of a projectile is a parabola. What's the thing that they are saying is trajectory of a projectile is a parabola. Using that relation, you can identify that one. What is the standard expression for parabola is y is equal to x tan theta plus gx square divided by 2u square cos square theta. So this is an expression to find out a relation of trajectory of a parabola. Trajectory of a projectile, that we call as parabola equation. If you're going to compare this equation, they are asking that what is the initial velocity of the projectile? What is initial velocity? You can look into that one here. In the first concept, if you are going to look into that, y is equal to x tan theta plus u x square 2u square cos square theta. Here y is equal to x plus minus x 2x square by 5. Similar type is there. If you're going to simplify this one, you are going to get the answer for velocity, initial velocity u. See, initial velocity could be written as u sin theta and u cos theta ratio. See, u sin theta and u cos theta ratio. That could be a tan theta. What is tan theta? Tan theta is 0. So theta value is 45 degrees there. So that's why if I am going to consider theta is 45, cos square theta is 1 by 2. 1 by 2 into here the 2 is there, 2 gets cancelled, u square is there. If you are going to compare this one with the equation, this one here, so the value comes. Let us see, try to solve this question. Let us see how many of them are going to give the answer for this one using the relation. Do it fast. I'm just looking to the question and answer session. The trajectory of a projectile origin is given by the equation y is equal to x minus 2x square by 5. You just compare these equations, you'll get the answer. See, here tan of theta should be 1 because x into tan theta is there. Tan theta should be 1 means what is the theta value is 45. Now you have this quantity g sin u cos square theta value is 2/5 is here. Yes, someone has answered. So our video is not visible for you, sir. No. Option 4, 5 meter per second. Yes, 5 meter per second. Someone has answered. No, 5 meter per second is not there. See, you can observe this. G value is 10 and 2 u square sin, sorry, not sin, it's cos square. So cos square of theta is 45 is there. That could be is equal to what? 2/5. So you can observe that 2 ones are, and this is 2 5s are. So if you are going to do this one, this value is cos of 45 is 1/√2. That is a cos square means 1/2. 1/2 gets cancelled. 1/2 and 2 gets cancelled. The thing remains is 25 is equal to u square. Then u will be is equal to, yes, someone has did that one. U is equal to square root of 25. So the answer will be 5. I think so. You got the answer. Answer will be 5 meter per second. Okay, students, we'll move to the next concept, next question. So that is the question which is quite similar to that of and concept of dot product of two vector. An object of mass 5 kg is acted upon by a force F is equal to minus 3 I cap plus 4 J cap Newton. Force is given in vector form. If its initial velocity at time t is equal to 0, at time t is equal to 0 is v is equal to 6 I cap minus 2 J cap meter per second. The time at which it will just have a velocity along y-axis. The time at which it will have just a velocity along y-axis. See, to understand this one, you need to remember the projectile motion. Maybe you remember that projectile motion concept. What does it say is, when an object is thrown, it has an initial velocity with an angle theta, and it has an initial velocity v here or u here. When you are going to consider at this point, there will be x component and there will be a y component. Because going to be angle changes, the value going to be changes. When you are going to observe at the top, what will be the velocity at the top along y-axis, and what could be the velocity along x-axis? See, along y-axis at the top will be minimum, and along x-axis there will be a maximum. Time at which it will have a just velocity along y-axis. Which time that it has a velocity along y-axis is when you are throwing vertically upward. So that means if you are going to look into that answer, when it is going to be have a velocity along y-axis, means when the acceleration value will be. If you are going to solve this one, the acceleration value will be 3 I cap by 5 plus 4 J cap by 5. So here acceleration is 3 I cap by 5 plus 4 J cap by 5. Along the final velocity is final velocity along y-axis is x component must be 0. When x component must be 0, then only we'll observe that velocity will be maximum. So that means what could be the value that you are going to get? Time. For a time, you can get here. So velocity will be at the final velocity, that will be 0. Velocity along x-axis will be 6 I cap here in this value if you are going to consider. Acceleration is 3 I cap by 5 into t. So acceleration using this relation I'm going to understand. See, acceleration is here, velocity is here along x-axis. So what could be the time which we are going to observe will be t is equal to 5 into 6 divided by 3, that is 10 seconds. At 10 seconds, we found that velocity along y-axis only. When velocity along x-axis will be 0. When velocity along x-axis is 0, then only you can find out the value. Okay, come to the next question. I have given a direct answer. A wheel starts from rest, gains an angular velocity of 10 radians after uniform acceleration for 5 seconds. The total angle through which it has turned 8. What could be the angular total angle through which it turns? What could be the angle that is going to be turns? So you are going to use a relation as similar to that of linear motion. V is equal to u plus at, where you are going to observe v is final velocity, u is initial velocity. In rotation motion, omega 2 is equal to omega 1 plus alpha t. So here they are asking to find out total angle which is total angle through which it is turned. So that's why you need to find out theta. To find out theta, we require acceleration. We required a velocity into time taken. So to find out velocity, we are going to consider initial velocity and final velocity. They are given. We are going to find out the average value. So that is W1 plus W2 divided by 2 into time t. So that gives you an average velocity into time taken. So that will be 10 into 5 divided by 2, that is 25 radians. So 25 radians is the distance turned by the body which is moving in a circular path. So this is what a thing which is related to concept of rotation motion that they are given. Actually, this one will link with the next one concept, next one chapter, rotation motion chapter also. Here, because here it is not centripetal acceleration concept, rotation motion chapter also. So later on, there also we are going to discuss this concept, because here they are given velocity and acceleration for 5 seconds. Then you need to find out the value of angular displacement. Okay, fine. Students, these are some of the few questions which is asked in the previous years, and also there will be a questions which is asking in the next years also. Okay, fine. Another one question is there. I left that one. This is a very well known question in your textbook, that is available in your textbook itself. Rain falling or a swimmer swimming in a fast moving river. These two problems are very well known problems which may be repeat in the competitive exams. Rain falling vertically with a speed of 20 meters per second. A woman rides a bicycle with a speed of 12 meters per second in east to west direction. See, the speed of woman is along the direction of east to west. You can look into this one. This one will be the woman's velocity direction. So that is 12 meters per second. And obviously, rain, they are falling vertically. They are saying that rain is falling vertically downward. They are saying that. So therefore, what is the direction in which she should hold the umbrella? So what's the direction she should hold the umbrella? To find out that one, to hold the umbrella, first you need to understand where they are, in which direction they are moving. Rain is falling in this direction and she is moving in this direction. See, observe here. Obviously, if you are moving somewhere and you are faced with another one force, then you'll observe that the direction of opposition that you observe is the resultant of this one. So you need to hold the umbrella with an east direction. How much angle? What could be the angle? So to find out that angle, you are just going to understand using a simple vector analysis. So where one force is acting horizontal, another one force is acting vertically downward. Then tan theta is equal to, the tan theta means to find out theta is equal to y-axis by y-axis by x-axis the y-axis value will be 12 meter per second. That is the velocity of the raindrop. And the bicycle riding, she is also moving with a speed of 12 meter per second. So that's why 12 by 12. So that gives you a 1. So tan of theta is 1 means the angle will be 45 degrees. So that means in the graph, it is showing like this. You will show in that, you'll observe that the angle will be 45 degree, but you should not hold in this direction because rain is falling downward and she is moving eastward, so that she should hold the umbrella in the eastward with an angle of 45 degrees with the horizontal. When she holds the umbrella with a 45 degrees angle, then only you'll observe that she will not wet by the rain. Otherwise, what thing happens is, if she is holding an 45 degrees in the west direction, if in this direction, because rain is falling downward and she is moving eastward, so holding umbrella in this direction will not get protected from the raindrops. So that's why she should hold in the east direction with an angle of 45 degree. So answer is 45 degree east. Second option is the right one. I hope you got an idea right now regarding the conceptual questions that is arising in this chapter. In this chapter, that is motion in plane. Are you getting, student? Yes, you raised a hand. So thank you that I got it. So let us see that any question and answer is there. No, okay. No questions are there. Nothing to worry. So there is a time left. So that's why I'm just going to discuss another one concept, because we have a time. Don't worry about that. In the next days, that means in the next classes, I will provide you the questions earlier, so that at least you need to look into the synopsis that I provided in the WhatsApp, and also at least you, if you having a go through those questions and if you try to answer those questions, that could be easier for you.
Okay. Sir, tomorrow also you have class for 4
Fine,
hours.
sir. Fine, sir. Fine, sir.
Yeah.
Fine, sir.
Sir, today itself we can tell the students what are the topics you are going to cover tomorrow.
Yes,
and
sir.
also,
Yes,
if
sir.
there are any sample questions, as you said earlier, that you are going
Yes,
to
I'm
provide
going to.
so
Sir,
they'll be prepared regarding that also.
Yes, sir. I'll show you that one. Not an issue.
Okay. Sir, you
Because
can share it to me directly on WhatsApp. So I'll forward it to students in the group,
yes,
and
sir.
they
Yes,
can get it solved. And tomorrow, then you can discuss with them.
because
the
sir,
question.
because what I'm saying is, because if you doesn't have a questions, if you doesn't have an at least
Right,
a
sir.
key points means definitely there is no use, because you are listening and forgetting those concepts.
Right,
If you
sir.
are
Right, sir.
if you are writing that one, if you are trying to solve the number of questions, then only it will be useful for them, sir. I will share
Right,
you
sir.
that one, sir. Not an issue. Here is a bunch of questions are there. Only 30 questions for 3 chapters. Each chapter has 10 bits, and that is not repeated. These are all expected question for the next academic year, next examinations, which we set in a team of lecturers. We are giving test for these questions in this year. For the test papers, we have prepared that one. Only 30 questions for 3 chapters, 3 to 4 chapters. Some chapters are very small chapters, so that's why we are providing that one. So I will share that one. Not an issue. Now we have a time, so that's why.
Okay, sir.
I'm just going to discuss another one concept, and
Okay.
tomorrow I'm going to stick on to the concept, and also use while attending the classes, you should once revise that one, because in the next days I'm going to answer yes or no questions that you need to answer in QA, so that yes or no questions are options type questions, very easily directly answerable questions, that if you are read means definitely it could be easier for you all students. So okay, sir, tomorrow which chapter someone is asked? Okay, fine. I'll just going to share you along with the weightage.
Sir, anyways, the schedule for the complete week will be shared with the students by today itself. So
Okay,
they'll
sir.
get to know what are the topics you are going to cover tomorrow and in the upcoming lectures for the complete
Yes,
30 days also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Not an issue, sir. But the thing is, I just want to share you the screen where you can observe
Yes.
that on the basis of important, because someone is thinking like, sir thought like a 3 to 4 chapter at a day. How to remember that one? So because on the basis of importance, because here we are focusing on KCET and also NEET. In the NEET also, yeah, of course, first PUC questions comes 20 questions, and second PUC questions will be more questions. So that's why when we are discussing for the second PUC, then we cannot do like this at a day 3-4 concepts. So because one concept is interrelated with the another one, because motion in straight line, motion in plane, laws of motion, we are interlinking concepts, because velocity, distance traveled, and cost for the distance traveled is force, all are discussed in the one concept. That's why we are going to use this one. Here you can see that units and measurement one question, motion in straight line one question, and motion in plane one question, laws of motion one question. So maximum questions which will be asked in this chapter is 1 questions. So on the basis of that one, you can judge how much importance that you need to give to that concept and also that chapter. Okay, fine. I think so. Screen is stopped to share. I just give you another one slides show. Yes. Loss of motion. Loss. Yes. Hello, students. Now you can look into that another one chapters, which is Newton's laws of motion, which related to the concepts. So now you can look into that concepts first. Please raise your hand if the screen is visible clearly. Yes, thank you. Okay, now you can look into that concept that comes in this chapter, laws of motion, which is continued part of motion of body in 1 dimension, 2 dimension. See, in kinematics, that comes motion of straight line, motion of plane, where you observe how the motion is there, what are the parameters of motions like velocity, acceleration, time taken, displacement, and what could be the initial and final, how they are interrelated with an equations of motion, where we are not discussed regarding causes for the motion. But in Newton's laws of motion, we are going to understand what is the cause for the motion and effects of the motion. Sometimes there will be effect of friction is there. Sometimes there will be an friction which causes the loss of body stability, all those things that comes. So you can look into that. Newton's laws will be 3 laws. One is law of inertia, or we can say that first law of motion. Second one is law of force, that we called as second law of motion, and law of action and reaction, that is third law of motion. So first law of motion tells you regarding a concept of inertia. What is inertia? Inertia is a property of body where the body continue to be at rest or in motion. Say for example, if you have a textbook in your table, the textbook remains closed until you just open that one, or otherwise it's going to be closed for year. No problem at all. When you are going to remove, then only that is going to be open. So that's what we call as inertia of rest. Inertia of motion, that you feel very well in a bus. If you are traveling in a bus, if bus suddenly breaks, what thing happens? Your head move forward and your body going to be, your lower part of the body going to be stay with the seat. So that you can observe because of inertia of motion, because the body and the head is moving forward. If the bus suddenly breaks, means the lower part of the body will be attached to the bus, so that's why it stops earlier. But upper part of the body, that is your head, it is moving towards forward because of inertia of motion. So that's one of the two examples you can remember: inertia of rest and motion. That you can look into this concept. Now coming to the second law of motion, the second law of motion which is related to momentum concept. What is momentum? Momentum is product of mass into velocity. If you are going to consider a body is moving, how much quantity that can able to move if it is moving with a velocity. For example, if you are provided with a car and you are provided with 2 persons to push, so how much distance it can move? A small distance. If in case the same car will be pushed by 10 persons, then that will move with a larger distance. That means the amount of motion that is represented as momentum, that is given by mass into velocity. Sometimes they are going to ask you a question: a lorry and car are moving with same velocity, then now tell me that which one has more momentum? Which one has more momentum, car or a lorry? Definitely lorry, because lorry has more mass and velocity is constant. As you already given a condition, mass and velocity product will be larger for lorry and mass and velocity product is lesser for car. So that's why momentum of lorry is large than the car. So momentum is this one. Now coming to the law of conservation of momentum. If the same car and lorry will collide, now which one get more affected? Obviously car, because it's a smaller mass and which is moving with a larger velocity, and lorry is larger mass moving with a smaller velocity. So according to law of conservation of momentum, so the total momentum of the system remains constant. So on the basis of that one, we can calculate some of the conservation momentum when a body collide with the another one body, or when a body explode. When a bomb is exploded into two pieces, means definitely initially their momentum is 0. Finally, their momentum going to be changes. A smaller body get and momentum and larger body get a momentum are equal, but their velocity are different because their mass is going to be different. Okay, fine. So now coming to the another one concept of called third law of motion, that is tells you regarding action and reaction forces. How action and reaction forces are acting and how they are incorporated with one another. See, action force acting on a body. If you are press a thumb on a table, again you feel the same force on your thumb because action and reaction forces are equal and opposite. So that's why when you are going to observe, understand Newton's third law of motion, whatever may be the forces that acting on a body, the same forces will be reflected back, that you are going to understand, provided all other physical quantities neglected. Okay. Now coming to the impulse force, another one force that comes, impulse force. What is impulse force? This is a type of force that you observe when you are going to put a nail on a wall. It is, if you are going to hold a nail and if you are going to press using a higher tension also, it won't penetrate through the wall. If you are going to beat with a hammer, definitely it's going to be penetrate through it, because a large amount of force acting in a small interval of time. Kicking a football or putting a nail on a wall will be the best example to explain that impulse force. So that impulse force will be acting large amount of force in a small interval of time. So that is also called as change in momentum. Impulse is nothing but change in momentum. What is the initial momentum? What is the final momentum minus initial momentum? That gives you an total change in momentum, gives you an impulse force. Okay, fine. Now coming to the another concept called as centripetal force. What is meant by centripetal force and how this centripetal force will be explained in Newton's laws of motion? When a body is moving in a straight line, okay, fine, there will be a linear force which is acting. When the body is moving in a circular motion, that experiences a centripetal acceleration. So that in turn causes a centripetal force. Because existence of Newton's third law of motion, according to Newton's third law of motion, if there is a force exists, their shadow should exist. So like that, if there is a centripetal force is there, then there will be a centrifugal force. Someone has asked a question that when a car is turning right side, you feel that you are thrown outside, you are not turning to the right side, because as I told you earlier, action and reaction forces are equal and opposite. So action force is centripetal force, means reaction force will be centrifugal force. So that's why you will feel that you are thrown outward. So that's what a thing related to centripetal force. There we come across to know about that two formulas. Maximum velocity of the car moving in a, or maximum velocity of the body moving in a curved path, that is given by a formula called square root of mu r g. You can remember square root of mu r g, so that you can easily remember that formula, velocity of car or velocity of a body in a curved path. So what could be the velocity of the body in curved path? So there you can get an expression here in a curved path, how it could be. See, if it is provided with a banking off road, what is meant by banking off road? Remember, if the road is tilted, the maximum velocity with which a car should move will be larger. So that's why racing tracks will be tilted. So that's why where you are going to use on the basis of how much tilt that road is made, the angle with which the road is tilted, on the basis of that one, the velocity of the curved path depends. Maximum velocity of the curved path depends. In racing tracks, you can see that there will be a inclination in the road. That inclination is called as banking off road. We say that. Now, another one concept called friction that arises when a body is moving, or the body is rest and they attached another one surface which may be moving relatively, whichever may be the thing. In both the cases, you'll observe that there will be a friction concept. If the friction is more, there may be a effect called friction that we called as is a necessary evil. If friction is more, we are going to observe there is a disadvantage. If friction is less, then also we are going to get a disadvantage. That means if you are wearing a chappal with a grip means, or wearing a shoe with a grip means, definitely it will holds the floor or holds the ground which you are walking. If friction is not there, then definitely you are going to fall because of skidding. So that's why it is a necessary evil, friction. So what are the types of friction that you observe? There will be mainly two types. One is kinetic friction, another one is static friction. What is static friction? The friction arises due to the two bodies which are at rest. Like if you are putting a table on a surface, you'll observe that if in case if a bus is standing and if you are trying to push that bus, it is not possible to push that bus because the weight is more, reaction force is more. When 10% try to push that bus, definitely you'll observe that the bus starts moving because you are overtake that friction by application of 10 members force with an frictional force that is overcame the static friction. So that friction we called as limiting friction. So what is the value of limiting friction is the maximum value of static friction that we called as limiting friction. You know that if a body attached with a any thread means, if you are going to drag, if it is not coming means you are putting more and more force. Some value of force, the bodies start moving. That point, that maximum value of force we called as limiting frictional force. And another one type of friction that comes in momentum of the body. That means if a body is moving on a surface, a body is in kinetic motion, then also you'll observe there is a friction. So that friction we called as kinetic friction, static friction, kinetic friction, and limiting friction. So all these things has one common thing that you observe that is it could be an advantage or it could be a disadvantage if it is under limitations. If it is crosses the limitations, definitely that going to be affecting the instrument. So that you know that to reduce the friction, what are the things that you need to do? Lubrication method, ball bearing, using ball bearing methods, and using smooth materials. By replacing the materials, you can reduce the friction. And to increase the friction, what you need to do? You need to select suitable quantities. Where somewhere we required and rubbers, you need to put rubber over there. Where the sliding will be there. So the surface should be rough, so that there will be an existence of friction. For example, if in case if you want to be a motorist, the motorcycle should move means friction should be maximum between the chain and the rotator. There you observe that the teeth will be holding the chain and rotating that one chain. If it is skidding means because of that chain sprocket, that teeth will be because of teeth vanishes, so definitely it's going to be skid. So that's why in friction concept also we'll observe many questions that could be arised. So here mainly you can observe that Newton's laws, motion, force, friction, and also centripetal force, impulse force. So types of forces that you can observe here. Here another one concept comes spring force, which I am not discuss here. So that I am going to discuss in oscillation also. There we are going to understand a spring is there. So that's why I have not provided the formula here. Spring force is a force which exists, restoring force exists in the compressed spring or expanded spring. When you are going to compress or expand a spring, there is a restoring force that you observe. That restoring force that we called as spring force. And that restoring force is constant for a given material. For example, your pen has a spring that has different value of force, and your vehicle also has a spring, that is a shock absorber, that also has a different value of force of restoring. Okay, come to the questions. Let us discuss a few questions on this question concept of laws of motion. On which concepts that they are asked, we shall discuss first. Later on we'll discuss much more questions on these concepts which are conceptually maybe asking in the examination. First question is, a person is driving a vehicle in a uniform speed of 5 meters per second on a level curved track of radius 5 meters. The coefficient of static friction between tire and the road is 0.1. Well, the person slipped while taking the turn with a speed of, with the same speed. Take the G value is 10 meters per second. Choose the correct statement. Here they're saying that, will the person slip while taking the turn with some speed? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂತ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಗಳನ್ನ ಅಬ್ಸರ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿ. V square is equal to less than 5 meter per second. V square is equal to greater than 10 meter per second. V square is equal to 5 meter per second. V square is greater than 5 meters per second. See, here what are the things they are given that you need to understand. A person driving a vehicle in a speed, it's a straight road speed. He leave the curved track of radius 5 meter. So in a level road, he is going to be take a turn in a 5 meter radius track, and the coefficient of friction will be 0.1. The formula that I told you earlier to remember, if they are not given the banking of road means just velocity V is equal to mu rg. I told you that mu rg. So that is nothing but V square is equal to mu rg. That becomes V square is equal to mu rg. Then, sorry, here provided that if the velocity is greater than centripetal velocity, then only that person skids. If the velocity is less than 5 meter per second, that is the velocity which is coming, then only he is going to skid. So that's why a person will slip if velocity of turning, the maximum velocity of turning is greater than 5 meter per second. If it is going to be increases, means definitely is going to be done. So here, if you are going to substitute the value of mu is 0.1, and r is a radius 5 meter, and g is 10. 0.1 into 10 becomes 1, and radius is 5 meter, so that's why 5. So don't look into this 5 meter per second. It is a velocity in linear motion, straight line motion. When it is taking a turn, what could be the velocity? If it is greater than 5, definitely is going to slip. So that's why everyone, while taking turn, slow downs, they change the gear to the third one or second one, and they are going to take the turnings. So that's what I think the physics behind the friction and turning in the road. Okay, next one question. A stone of mass 0.01 kg is thrown vertically upward. What is the direction or magnitude of net force on the stone during its upward motion? Say, during its downward motion, there will be a gravitational force acting downward. During its upward motion, what could be the net force acting? See, the mass is there, 0.05. Vertically upward is there, and the direction and magnitude they are asking. So force is equal to mass into acceleration to gravity, and acceleration is acting always towards the ground state, towards its center. So that's why when a mass of 0.5 kg, see here there is a small error is there. Here they are given that 0.05. Here the mass should be 0.5. For 0.5 kg, the acceleration is 9.8. So that's why the answer is 4.9 Newton. 0.4049. Okay, here they are given 0.05. So that's why if you are going to write it as 0.05 into 9.8, means the answer comes 0.49 Newton. It is vertically downward. So hagagi, we'll observe that option A will be the right answer. So answer 0.49 Newton vertically downward is the right answer that you are going to observe. Okay, students. So this is the question which is related to concept of force and how the force is acted towards its center of Earth. Now, come to the next question. Maximum acceleration of the train in which 50 kg box lying on the floor will remain stationary. Remember here, when you are putting any object on a floor, if it is moving forward with an acceleration or moving backward with an acceleration, it starts moving if sufficient friction is not exist. See, here the quotient of static friction between the box and the train, they are given that 0.3, and acceleration to gravity, they are given that 10. So therefore, they are asking to find out what could be the maximum acceleration that could be moving, so that it could be moving without movement of that box. See, box weight is 50 kg. So that means it should possess a frictional force. How much frictional force is there? Frictional force F is equal to mu mg, or we say that mu is quotient of friction. Mu is quotient of friction, and that will be is equal to frictional force by normal reaction. Normal reaction here is due to the weight. So that's why we are going to consider m into g into frictional force. So here, one force is momentum force, mass into acceleration due to the train momentum. And one other one is frictional force that will holds the box on the floor without movement and remains stationary. So if you are going to equate these things, so both the masses will going to cancel. Masses will going to be cancelled. Therefore, acceleration is mu into g. So that's value is 0.3 into g value is 10. So that means around 3 meter per second square. If the acceleration is 3 meter per second square, the box is not going to move. That remains in the stationary. So that's what's the concept which comes in friction and Newton's laws of motion. Okay, come to the next slide where you are going to understand. So this answer for this question is 3 meter per second. Next, a block is rest on the rough inclined plane. Say this is a problem which is concerned to inclined plane. There's an angle 30 degrees with the horizontal. Remember that horizontal. If there is saying that vertically 30 degrees ide anta helidre, if they are saying that there is an 30 degree with the vertical, then you need to convert that one to horizontal with an angle 60 degree. Here they are already given that 30 degrees with the horizontal. The coefficient of static friction between the block and the plane is 0.8. If frictional force on the block is 10 Newton, the mass of the block is, then what could be the mass of the block? So someone has asked the question, sir, will the G value will be given? Yes. In the question paper, in the question, the G value will be given. If it is not given, don't worry, put 10. Why I'm saying that put 10 means it is easy to calculate if you are going to put the value of G is 10. If you are going to put the value of G is 9.8, you found difficulty in solving the problems. So that's why, remember in that one, you just need to answer, you just need to put G value as 10 meter per second. Almost all the examples, they are going to give a G value. If they are not given means, don't worry, you just put that one. Or otherwise, look into second page of your question paper. Always look into the second page. First page, they are given instructions, certain instruction while attending the examination. Second paper, second page, they are given physical constant like mass of electron, mass of proton, volume of one atomic mass unit value, Avogadro numbers, like that. The constant values are provided at the one edge. Okay, so come to the next question that is here. There is an inclined portion. Here you'll observe that in an inclined portion, when you are going to understand, so I'll just give you an idea. So in an inclined portion, the angle will be theta here. So that will be 30 degrees. Now observe here, normal reaction, how it is going to be. Normal reaction will be in this direction, is it? So now weight is acting always downward in direction mg here. But when a body is moving or sliding means, we'll observe that. So this is what the mg, and this is what the horizontal component. This is what the horizontal component along the direction, and this is what another one component vertically. See, if this point is here, and theta will be 0. Now, if I'm going to move upward, as you move from here to here, what the thing happens is this theta value going to be increases as this is 30 and this is also 30. So that's why this y component is mg cos of theta here, and when it comes to the here, mg sin of theta. So which holds by the frictional force. Frictional force is, this is action force and this is frictional force. That is what F is equal to mg. So here there are frictional static force, they are given that 10 Newton is there. Frictional force on a block is 10 Newton is there, and that is inclined. So that's why we need to consider an angle theta. So therefore, what is the mass of the block? So we just simplify that, substituting the value of friction as 10, G value is 10, and sin of 30. We're going to simplify. The mass of the block should be 2 kg, so that it will not slides. it will not slides because of the frictional force of 10 Newton between the blocks and the floor. So clear, students? I hope you understand this problem. Is it audible, students? Please, can you raise your hand? Sir, can you send this PDF after this session? Sure, don't worry. I will send you that one because we have a material separately. Here, what I did is I took separately and made them in a slide so that I can discuss you with individual PDF. If you want it, no problem. We have an questions with answers chapter wise so that it could be easier for you to understand. So now move to the next concept. So before that, I am just going to clear these images. Okay, fine. Now you can see a man weighing 60 kg in a lift moving down with an acceleration of 1.8 meter per second. The force exerted by the floor on him is. See, a man weighing 60 kg in a lift moving downward. See, if the man is in a lift and he is moving downward means his acceleration is added or subtracted. Can anybody added or subtracted? Sir, will you want these questions? Send me in the group. Sure, don't worry. Again and again, everyone is asking the same question. Please don't ask the same question. You just answer the questions which I am going to ask you. Then only you will be in the class. Okay, fine. So please, someone's name is HJ Appu. So please put your complete name so that I can address your name so that you are answering right or wrong. So okay, fine. So as the person is moving downward with an acceleration and g value is there, now you can observe that weight what happens. The body is moving downward. If it is stationary means what is the expression for weight? M into G. Now observe that you may all sit in a joint wheel. If the joint wheel is moving upward, how do you feel? You feel that your weight is lost or you are gained? You feel lost. Yes, when you are moving upward, your weight is going to be gained, not lost, because you are attached to this seat. You feel that you are attached to this seat. When the same joint wheel or a Columbus, it is moving downward, you feel that you are in the space. Your weight is lost. You are detached with this seat. Why it is? Because the reaction force is escaped. Here also, when a person is moving downward with an acceleration means definitely 9.8 will be subtracted by an acceleration that one. So that's why if you are going to, I have a clear calculation. I will show you that one. So what happens to the force? What is the force that is acted by the person? What is the force acted by the floor? Will be N is equal to, our weight is equal to M into G minus A. 9.8 minus 1.8, that gives you 8. 60 into 8, 480 newtons. That means his weight now it is around 48 kg. He feels like 48 kg. Before he feels like 60 kg when he is accelerated downward within 1.8. If the same case moving upward with 1.8 meter per second acceleration, can anybody say that what could be the value? Moving upward with 1.8. So many of you are answered. Yes, the weight will be gained and the value will be larger than the initial one, that is 60 into 600 Newton. It is larger than 600 Newton. That comes around 696 Newton. If you are going to simplify, 9.8 plus 1.8 means it's going to be around 10, 11 point something. You are going to get around approximately, you can consider this one is 10 and this one is 2, 12. 12 into 6. 12 into 6. So that's you are going to get the answer. So good. You are answering that one. But here it is moving downward. In this question, they are saying that it is moving downward. So that's why its answer is 480 newtons. Okay, students. Okay, last question is there. I'll just discuss that one, and I will see that next. What's the plan from tomorrow? What's the plan is there? So see, so there is a question. So 1 second. Is that screen is visible?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, actually, tomorrow we have another faculty's lecture for physics, and
fine.
we have your session on 15th of this month.
Okay, fine, sir. Fine, sir.
Yes, sir.
No problem at all. I'll just give the material to them, and
okay,
we will discuss that one, because yet now we are not distributed the topics. So I
All
think
right,
so.
sir.
I will teach the first few concept.
Mhm.
Another faculty
Sir,
that
I have tomorrow's schedule. I can just let you know. Give me a minute. Sir, so
Fine, sir.
tomorrow Manjunath sir is taking. He'll be teaching electric field, electric potential, and capacitors.
Fine, sir. Fine, sir.
Yes.
Electric field. It's a second year concept, sir. That
Yes,
is
sir.
second year concept. Fine, sir. Just giving a last one questions, which is tells you regarding how the net force acting on a string which of length L, which attached with the mass M and revolving in a horizontal table, smooth horizontal table, a particle moving in a circle with a velocity v, and the net force acting on the particle. What could be the answer that you are going to observe? The net force acting on a particle directed towards the center. Therefore, the tension that is going to observe will be T in the string. So what is the force that is observed in the string will be tension T. Clear, students? Here is a few questions which I discussed in these concepts. So because the first class it is, I just want to clarify that you got an idea what are the concepts that you are going to. You can see in this flow chart what are the concepts. The questions are picked on the basis of you can solve the questions, and also you can memorize this concept along with formulas, because physics is related to formula and also concept. In maths you will observe just formulas, but physics is not like that. You need to observe that there is a formula also there, there is a concept is also there. You need to balance parallelly both of them, then only you can answer the questions. Okay, fine, students. When I'm going to share the concept and also the questions, try to solve those questions. If you found difficulty, don't worry, try to solve it. It may be wrong. When I'm going to discuss the questions, then you get the answer and how to solve it with an easy method. Okay, students. So sir, I am going to end up this session with a thing that I am going to share you that concept. Just give me a 10 minutes so that I am just close all these files, and I'll share you the concept, sir.
Sure,
And
sir,
also
sure, sir.
and also the PDF for the next session, so that students should
Yeah, the
go
questions
through
for the next session, right, sir?
next session, sir.
Yeah. So students, I have also shared you the recorded session link in the WhatsApp group. Please go through it. If you have any queries, anything related to your studies, your career, your guiding, anything is there, you can just contact me directly on my WhatsApp number, which is already provided to you. And also, please be in the session for the benefits of it. Don't waste your time on just doing nothing and thinking it's just like you have to attend the session. Wow, so boring session for 4 hours. I have to sit here like anything. So don't be like that. Be a achiever. Don't be a loser. What is my point is just do their thing, and you'll score good marks in your CET, NEET, or JW. Whatever you're giving, just focus. That's all. The focus is the main thing. Whatever the required is. All right, sir. So we'll end the session today.
Sir.
Yes, sir. All right, sir. Students, if you have any doubts, any queries, you can ask me now.
Welcome to the School of Engineering at Dayanand Sagar University, main campus, Harohaldi, Kanakpura Road, Bangalore. A place that values research, innovation, and creativity. Our industry-aligned curriculum offers a blend of theoretical knowledge, practical experience, academic projects, and internships for a rewarding career in engineering. With an interdisciplinary approach, you can explore your interests by selecting open electives. The on-campus innovation labs, led by professors of practice, provide immersive learning and expertise to find the best solutions to real industry problems and give a different dimension to the students' mini and major academic projects. Our Center for Entrepreneurship supports startup opportunities and provides a perfect platform to launch your next big idea into successful ventures. We also prepare you for advanced studies in the latest futuristic technologies. Our BTech programs offer the perfect combination of academic rigor and functional experience in this ever-evolving technological landscape of the future. Experience a whole new world of academic excellence in a global environment. Dayanand Sagar University. Live the dream.
Okay, students, so we'll end the session now. Thank you. Thank you so much for your cooperation. See you tomorrow again. Please join the session tomorrow. We have physics by Manjunath sir. I have already discussed the topics. Once again, I'll tell you the topics. So please go through it. So tomorrow, Manjunath sir will cover electric field, electric potential, and capacitors. So please be there. And after tomorrow, you have biology sessions. Yashashwini, how to get admissions in Dayanand Sagar University? You have to give the DSAT exam, through which you will gain a scholarship and you will get admitted in Dayanand Sagar University, or else you can directly take admissions also